think that I just come in there and look for knockoffs, and that's not the case. I'm actually a sharp, smart fighter.
So, I'm here. Who wanted to fight me?
I really don't care who's in front of me. I don't feel like no fighter can beat me.
My goal is to demolish everybody, to be honest. Everybody that's in my way. The pinnacle to any weight division is to have all of the belts, all of the titles. Bodywork.
Welcome to Bodywork. Welcome back. It's Michael Rogers. Welcome to Bodywork Boxing. It feels so good to be back. Man, I just wanted to I wanted to go live yesterday, but typically Fridays are a little bit better. For me to go live on Friday nights, especially on the night before a fight, but I actually got done what I needed to do a little later than usual. So I said I'm gonna let it breathe for a second, and I'm gonna take it all in because there's some things going on in boxing that a lot of people aren't really talking about. And since I don't have really inside sources, which I'm probably gonna put forth a little more effort into doing that this year. You know, it's kind of hard for me because I don't really do no reach arounds and no extra, you know, nothing extra about me. But I'm gonna do a better job at that. And so my responsibility is to really scour, to read the articles, to look back through my notes and my nuggets that I've put in my rucksack and marched on with, and stay abreast of the content. So I gotta watch it. I gotta see the interviews. I gotta see different interviews, different clips, and just staying abreast so I could be well versed in what I'm yapping about. Cookie Monster, Bodywork, salute Cookie Monster. And it's still 80-20. Contrary to popular belief, it's still 80-20, man. We just in a tough spot, and I heard this explained. Cookie Monster say, mic check, 1 2 1 2, sounding excellent. Yes, indeedy, sweetie. I appreciate that. I need that in my life. But I heard this explained on another, a couple different podcasts, but they alluded to the fact that, you know how they say negativity spreads faster? We are in the grandbaby era of that. So if you tend to be sensational, people are going to gravitate towards that. But anything like positive things and that, it don't really attract the people, especially when something hot and juicy is going on. And boxing is already a niche market. So you gotta take that in consideration. And I heard an OG, person I consider an OG, Crush. I heard Crush talking, and it just reminded me, man, of where we at. It made me focus on, where we at in boxing, and I'm about to steal my thunder. I'm about to steal my thunder, man. I can't even do it. But he said something and it kind of proved my point, because earlier this week I did a solo episode about Cruz and Muay Thai, because everybody been talking about the 31st fights, and because it's 3 different cards, and it's a unification. You know what I'm saying? 3 of the champs at 54 getting ready to fight. You got 2 elites getting ready to take place. It's a lot going on that fight. You got somebody making a major comeback. So when I did the video earlier this week about Muay Thai and Cruz, it didn't get that many views. So I'm like, it kind of proves my point to where it's like I try to be the most outlandish thing you might see, and I don't even think it's really outlandish, but because it's my advertisement, it's my thumbnails. I try to put a little humor, infuse a little humor, a little satire in my thumbnails. But like, this channel kind of prides itself on just keeping it boxing for the most part. Yes, we got to talk about the social aspects of these guys and what they're saying and doing in these interviews and all that, but we try to stay off the personal life unless it relates to something that affects what's going on inside the ring. And we try to give these young men and women a chance to breathe. You know what I'm saying? Because, unlike us, when we were younger and in our prime and doing all those things, all of us might not have been somewhere where everywhere you go, paparazzi is there, or somebody want a hot take or autograph, or shit. These fans be wanting to sit in your lap and hug you and shit. So I'm like, damn, we understand that we might have grown up with a microphone and a flashlight up our tail. So I try to look at that. It's like, yeah, I don't want to be, because it's weird. Somebody, you got people out here that'll rock with you and then be the same one that'll throw your ass right up under the bus. Not us. We try to keep it boxing, man, and we get into the X's and O's, and it's almost like when you start doing all the stats and the numbers and all that, either somebody gonna, regurgitate the shit that you come up with. That's one way of looking at it. Or, it's like the technical boxing thing, how that's like the least desirable, because everybody thinks that casuals run it. Casuals have a big say because you need those dollars. But hardcores are the salt of boxing. We preserve the sport. It's a lot of people. I see a lot of people, man, that are fresh, that are sharp, that put out good content, and they don't really get the shine that they deserve, because the majors, they'll take it and they'll just use it, get paid. You know what I'm saying? All of that kind of stuff go on, man. And as hardcores over here, we try to really keep it boxing and do our thing. But you all who are listening, if you take the time out to listen, I want to appreciate everybody who takes the time out to listen, because I know that the juicy stuff, the drama, is where you be wanting to go a lot of the times. But like, we be having some I be listening to the playbacks, because I gotta critique everything. I gotta work on my weaknesses. I know it's always flies in the ointment, and things like that. And it takes some hardcore fans to stay in love with boxing, to figure out ways to reinvigorate themselves with boxing. And we hear a lot of the stuff that's 80% negative, but there's still it's 80-20, where most of the time online 80% of it is going to be about the negative, 20% is positive. But in reality, as long as the sport is still alive and breathing, as long as the young people and amateurs deciding to turn pro, people that's doing their own shows, people that's matriculating through this whole boxing landscape, as long as that's happening, man, boxing is alive and thriving. It's just where you choose to put your attention. So Just like in the world, you would think because on the news, in the media, well, all we get is reports of negativity. There are, like, in reality, the world is a balance, so it has to be just as much good as it is bad. We just harp on the bad. So it's still 80% good as long as the sport is still alive now. There's some aspects of the sport that is looking ugly, but it's still 80% good and 20% bad. So we're gonna talk about some things, man. This is like episode 3 of the Pulse, where I started officially counting it down so I could have a reference of it, you know. But this is just like a general, easygoing, laid back type thing where we just outline some things and, you know what I'm saying, and mull over some things in the sport. So that's what the Pulse is all about. And I do refer to this channel as the Pulse of Boxing because in general, for the most part, 99% of the shit that's out here, we stay on top of it. We don't report on everything, and we don't really rock with everything that's going on. But if it pertains to the vitality of the sport, we're going to touch on it. So this is a general, you know what I'm saying, show to just kind of chop it up before the night fight. What's going on, AC?
What's good, bro? What's going on?
How you feeling?
I'm feeling good, man. At the end of the day, I was trying to have a conversation about some other stuff outside of boxing, and you just get the weirdos pulling up and stuff like that. But you know, this is like cooking. It puts me in a calm, surreal state, and it becomes my happy. It becomes my happy place. We love the sport of boxing. We love, you know, the fight, the excitement, the aura of fight night and things like that. Like today is fight night. So everybody's looking forward to seeing this clash between Mortaya and Cruz. So everybody's in like a certain mental state. You know, it's like the countdown before New Year's. You know, you're gathering your stuff, you're trying to settle in, you're getting your little things out the way and things like that, so you can now sit down and enjoy the show. So that's kind of, you know, where I am right now, from 3 o'clock on to fight night. I mean, until the fight start. I'm gonna be slowly dialing things down and getting into that relaxed moment, so I can just really enjoy and appreciate the fight.
Word. That's what's up, man. Well, shit. I wanted to go on last night, but got done a little bit later, and it gave me a chance to brush up on some things. Like, one of the things before I even get into the housekeeping is, we talking about the 31st, but ProBox got something going on the 30th. So we are about to be spoiled.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? ProBox, because, you know, ProBox, man, that's why I was kind of hesitant about housekeeping number 3. But ProBox, I was getting kind of concerned because I hadn't heard anything or whatever. But I know, you know, I know they always have something. They've been good to us as far as the scheduling and the fights, and the fact that there ain't no easy fights over there. But they got something going on the 30th, and at some point in time, we might be able to look into that, because that might just be something else, even though pretty sure, you know, somebody might come out and do something on it, you know. But they got a big card on the 30th. So the night before, the biggest night thus far this year, boxing wise, as far as fights and activity and implications, they got something that's like Fight Eve with a whole nother treat, you know what I'm saying? So I was looking, I caught up on that. But let me get into this housekeeping, man. I decided I wanted to be a little bit more laid back today, but, you know, I'm probably gonna get on a rant at some point, like always, if the mood goes there. But number one, I did a video in 2024 about what am I? Yeah, about 2024, about how hardcore boxing fans were on life support. And I can't help but think about my favorite rapper, Scarface. He had an album called Last of a Dying Breed. And that's where we at with it. I had watched the playback of Crushers from the other day, and he was talking about, man, getting ready to. He was like, man, if 2026 is like 2025, he might have to chill out for a second and take a step back. And I was like, yeah, I almost did a pushback last year. I took a little break, but I was just feeling like that. And I said, this time, whenever I start feeling like that, I'm gonna go extra hard, because it's just like a relationship. You know what I'm saying? You gotta keep it spicy. You gotta, you know what I'm saying? You gotta stay falling in love with it. You gotta recreate your passion and your vigor for it. And it's hard because I call him an OG, just like AC is an OG. It's like when you come from, I'm not an OG yet. I'm not there yet. I might have 7 to 10 years, maybe, at 45. But when you come through all these eras and you've been watching the sport, you're used to like the etiquette of like the getting in the ring, how the call outs were, like the mentality of how these boxers were. And we're in the grandbaby era of that, to where it's different. And just like only thing constant is change. So that as the landscape and the culture of boxing change, we be kind of still stuck in our ways as far as like how we accustomed to seeing how things go. And so in order to hang in there and be a hardcore with the views, sometimes you gotta lighten up the seasoning. You gotta feel like you're tiptoeing around stuff, because we just really want to see the fights. And we were used to people being in the mess hall with their chests out. You know what I'm saying? Well, motherfuckers, if you said you want that smoke, goddamn it, when's the barbecue? So the hardcores are like taken back, and then the game is getting political. So just because it's on YouTube, that don't mean that it's right and exact. So when you got a channel, or when you want to be cool because it's a network and you don't agree and you got to play politics to get along and all that, it's kind of hard out here for a hardcore boxing fan, to stay in love with the sport. And so I challenge anybody that's feeling like that to like go a little extra harder, look into something else, step outside your comfort zone, do a different piece of content, come up with a whole different idea, a whole different concept, and roll that shit out and fall back in love with it. But you got to watch out, because the market is getting dictated by the casual, which we need the money. But as far as the message and the culture and what's right and what's wrong, and how right now you guilty until proven innocent. And what AC be saying all the time, perception is reality, unfortunately, out here. So I challenge my hardcores to hang in there, man. I be having my moments where I be like, man, fuck this boxing shit, but I be like, nah, man, there's people out here. I got the 300 out here that know they got a spot where they can come and say what they need to say, get it off their chest. They can debate. They can, get talked to, get spoken to with respect. Your opinions can get valued. You know what I'm saying? So I'm challenging all my hardcores to hang in there with the sport. We are the last of a dying breed, but it ain't over yet. God damn it! As long as we got something to say about it, ain't that right, AC?
Oh hell yeah!
How you feel about that, man? And as an OG,
I'd say it like this, man. The whole concept of how, and I hate to sound like the old men when I was coming up, like back in my day, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to give anybody a back in my day type of thing, but
you earned that though, because if they did it back then, you got to do it, man.
Yeah, I know, but it's just like I don't know if I could get on that bandwagon onto that train right there. So I'm just like this with it. As a fan who's seen so many different fights, gone through so many different eras, and was able to stay alive on these streets, you know what I'm saying? I accept things just like I accept the changing time. I grew up, there were no touch type phones, and then those came out, and then the cell phone came out, then the Walkman came out, then the MP3 came out, then the iPod came out, then from ColecoVision all the way up to PS5. I had to literally make these adjustments in real time of my own life. So I get it to where certain things are passe, they're old, they're from old thought, but I do also respect, at times the new direction. And if it's something that makes the old stuff work even better, then I'm kind of all with it. I'm not with going back and then things get worse. Why take 10 steps back to make it worse when you can take 10 steps forward and damn near make it perfect? So that's kind of my attitude. I'm always in an in-between place, because the nature of my job, I have to be aware with the current times and also be able to embrace the history and the fundamentals, so I can teach that to future chefs in training. So for me, I'm in a place to whereas, yes, the hardcore boxing fans are a dying breed, but we won't be a dying breed if we act like trees. There are trees that are over 100 years old that you can literally drive a truck to. But when a storm comes through, the tree still has the ability to absorb some of that moisture from the storm, so I can bend without breaking. And that's the only thing, and that would be the best advice I could give. Just judge these young fighters on what they're actually doing in the ring. Are you good in the ring? I know you guys got to do your thing with the internet and building up your profile and trying to get those followings, because that's going to be leverage when you're at the negotiating table. In my generation, that wasn't it. It was all based on, when you throw a card, who's going to show up to buy out the stadium? When you drop merch, we're going to look at the sales. We're going to look at sales data from the merch. If we put you on a box of Wheaties or cornflakes, we're looking to see the uptick in that. If we make a poster of you, we want to see how many times we have to reprint that. So this is what those demographics used to look like, how they used to calculate people's champs and who's the big draw and all of that kind of stuff. It was strictly through sales. Now it's kind of through sales, but it's divided between social media, how you interact with other people. Can you sell yourself? So that's where we have to kind of like understand where we are.
Great advice, man. You hit on something that I, kind of touched on with my father-in-law, as far as like staying abreast of the technology and not being intimidated by it. But that's how it is, man. As far as what you were saying, we gotta not be intimidated by the new era and just keep figuring out ways to adapt to how it's going. Like still be ourselves, but you gotta stay abreast, because you don't want to be subject to getting spoon-fed shit, like always relying on secondhand information. And with the technology, with how rapid, and you sent me some shit about technology that you definitely gotta stay abreast of the technology. You know what I'm saying? Because if you are at the mercy of somebody, especially with AI on the rise, man, you in a bad spot. But you just gotta adjust to the time. Just like with the technology, we gotta adjust to the times in this boxing stuff, man, and just keep marching forward with it, man. We ain't going nowhere. As hardcore as we ain't going nowhere, for real. But good stuff, man. Number 2, man, boxing dads. They crashing out. They crashing out off rip in 2026. And we kind of we let B know I'm saying slide by on our delusional episode. We let him slide by because you made some good points. So he was the only one, 3 out of the 4. I mean, he was 1 out of the 4 that we had went over that day to where it's like, yeah, he might not be delusional because that was touchy, but like a lot of people, we got to consider what the master saying. A lot of people saying, yeah, he crashed out. And then, man, AC, the Schofields, bro. The comedian did a show on the Schofields, man, and that's why I say even if I don't really rock with, even if I'm 80-20 with you, I'll still watch. Like where I don't agree with 80% of the shit you said, but 20% is like motherfucking. It's that's where your genius is, and he was going over the Schofields. And I see I can give credit what credit is due. He was going over the Schofields, and I was laughing about it. But bro, I did not know that what you want to call it? Big Skull, Big Little Skull, the father. I didn't know the father said as many outrageous things as he was saying that he be saying, bro. Like, because I don't go to McDonald's that much unless I have to via something else, you know what I'm saying? I don't visit McDonald's, so I don't be seeing the interviews firsthand. I be having to see it secondhand and get abreast, and then go to who I know going to lean in. See, I go to certain channels to hear about certain people, so I don't 80% of this shit I might not listen, but when they talk about certain people, I be dialed in because they be having a pulse on that shit. So that's why I know, but I can give credit. And this man Schofield, Papa Skull, this nigga be saying some of the most outrageous shit in the world, bro. Like I knew back when he was saying in the training camp how SWAT came and all of that. I remember that. I was like, that's crazy. But then when you know, I let it go. I said, man, I can't even get into that. But like the comedian was motherfucking frying the shit out of Papa Skull, and he was actually playing the clips. That's what I like to receive. He be wilding, bro. I'm like, and I had to remind somebody because I went over to Pop's channel and I seen D Free over there. Salute to D Free and Pop, but I seen D Free was over there and they were talking about the Schofields, and he was saying how he pulled out of like 2 of his last 3 fights. I was like, nah, it's 3 out of 4. And see, that's why I was just staying abreast of everything. I'm like, nah, I've been watching because I had a little hope for Skull. I still do, but I think his father is ruining this shit. But like, he pulled out of the H2O fight, and that's when H2O went ahead and he was boxing the shit out of Lucas Body, and Body might have got the body of the year with that knockout because he hit him with one of the Sweet Science knockouts. You know what I'm saying? He hit that chin. That signal ain't have far to travel up to the brain, and that motherfucker fell on his face. So he pulled out of that fight. Then he pulled out of the Shakur fight. You know what I'm saying? With the he got the whatever you want to call it, across the pond flu. Somebody put something in his omelet, is some mushroom, tainted mushrooms is what he said or whatever. He had all that stuff going on. So he pulled out of that fight. And then recently he pulled out of a fight with Jojo Diaz. And he's skating because he knocked out Tevin Farmer, who just went through the ringer. But his pullout game is vicious. I always say, I can't believe the man got a son. But his father be lunching, man. And we need more boxing dads that are like, we gotta see how Ryan Garcia father, how he handled the limelight, because Ryan got him as the full trainer, so I got my eyes on that and how he handled it. Even though he's always been, he said a couple of, in the moment when he was supposed to, he had his little moments, but like for the most part, he's been level Garcia. Papa Garcia, he's been level-headed with Ryan. I've never really heard nothing outrageous. You know what I'm saying? He know enough to let his son train with who they need, and I think For the kind of son he got, I think that he do a good job with a character like Ryan, man. Knowing that Ryan got talent, man. I don't care, he don't got no discipline like that, but like he got the talent. So, but the dads, you know, we don't get to see enough about the Mason's dad, but he don't ever crash out. He cool. I think we need to see a little bit, just a teeny bit more of him, but he do it the right way when it's time for a fight, which is pretty cool. I can deal with that. But like between Schofield and Norman, man, it's like early 2026. It's this feeling that the dads are, you know, we watching them. You know, I don't know if you got anything on that.
Yeah, I was gonna just say, there was a point in time where I was feeling like what Pop Schofield was doing was genius, because I said his son keeps doing these things and he comes out and he says these are outrageous things and he winds up landing a big name opponent. You know what I'm saying? Just in what you just said, the fighters he could have fought, his son could have fought. And he walked away from all of those fights. And now his pops is talking, we want 10 million for this person and 50 million for that person. So he may have an understanding the way this boxing media works that's a little bit different than everybody else. He's actively pursuing, I wouldn't call it the villain role. I would more label it as I'm the craziest motherfucker you ever seen award. Nothing else makes any sense, because you're like Robert Downey Jr. of boxing. You just say some fucking outrageous shit. Howard Stern of boxing. You just be making shit up. The SWAT came, like, bruh, SWAT for you? Are you kidding me? You know what I'm saying? Oh, they tried to poison my son. You know, if you put they in there, now you already started the conspiracy. Because we're going to ask, who the fuck is they? And you're not going to be able to... You're not going to be able to tell us nothing who they are. So when it came down to Brian Norman's pops, he stays right on that border. You get real close to that border, but then when you really think about it, it's like, oh, okay. You skate up to the border, and then when you try to clean it up, you fill in those details that made it sound crazy. You know what I'm saying? And then it leaves it up to like people like me and yourself to figure out. And that's a bad thing. You should be able to speak what you're saying. But then we come to like an understanding that, okay, maybe, you know, the dynamic of it is, it's just a bad look. You know what I'm saying? Y'all had this relationship. You've been a part of that thing forever. I get that part. But, you know, Ryan Garcia pops, we'll see how that thing works out and stuff like that. And yeah, that's where I'll end it. I can't really speak too much on Ryan Garcia pops because I didn't know that he was part of his training camp or training him early on in his career, because I wasn't a big follower of Ryan Garcia. And now that his dad is training him, I'm like, okay, let's see what that looks like. And that's where I'll land at.
Yeah, what's up, Melazar?
What's up, guys? How you doing? You know, over here I was surprised today is fight night. Last night, that Sufa boxing stuff, I went to bed.
I'm not like, when we get to that talking point, my talking point is gonna be rock solid. I am not rocking with you, bro.
And look, we got Crush the Legend in the building, man. Salute to Crush, man.
Crush, yo, salute, brother. and watching boxing, waiting for tonight. I'm waiting. I'm anxious. It's a fight night, so it's like waiting what's gonna happen tonight.
Salute, salute.
What's
What
going
you
on
guys are
with you, man?
cooking?
Hey man, chilling man. I see the stream. Y'all said we go kick it with some thorough boxing minds, man. Mess with everybody like that.
Yeah, I know. I sent you a link.
Yeah,
Yeah. So I'll be sending it when I think it's when
yeah,
I think
yeah,
it's
yeah,
something
yeah.
that
If
I
I
want
see
to,
if I got time, I'm gonna jump on. If not, I'm gonna come and check it out either way. You know
Yeah,
how.
yeah. I feel you. I heard some things. You kind of inspired a couple of little points. You know what I'm saying? And it's really just confirmation.
Okay.
Some things I was saying. The boxing fans, the hardcores are the last of a dying breed out here. I heard your playback, and I was like, man, he on it because you were saying, man, if boxing don't do what it need to do in 2026. You out of here, for a little while. And I was like, I almost went through that last year and I pushed back for a little while, took a break. But I said, man, I can't do that this year because if you do that and you step back and you keep looking at what's going on, you might not come back. So we gotta hang in there and do like AC said, man, and just find ways to like keep up with the change, man, because it is changing drastically. That
Yeah.
I said boxing dads, are crashing out off rip in the beginning of 2026. Where Schofield daddy, this motherfucker, I don't know what he be smoking, boy, but it's past that good. You know what I'm saying? He a space cadet. We seen the Brian Norman thing. I hope that's just emotions and he just need to relax a little bit and think about it because I understand the move by Norman Jr., but I don't want his performance and how he go in the ring. He need his dad behind him, man. His dad need to just play ball and take whatever. If it's hold the spit bucket in the mouthpiece, even though it ain't that drastic, I think he just wanted to get with somebody that got some tenure and had some success in a different set of eyes that he can trust. I think that's what it was, and I hope Norman Senior do what he need to do to hang in there, man, and be whatever it is that his son need. That's where we was at up until this point, and then the last point. And salute to D Calico, man. I sent you that link too. I had sent you that link to your thing. I don't know if that email worked, but let me know if that email worked.
Yeah, work for me.
Okay, did it work for you, Calico?
Man, I ain't gonna lie. I might have to get some storage on my email. I might have to get some storage.
Oh, okay.
I thought
I just want to make sure. I just want to make sure. But the last thing is Zoo for boxing. I didn't really. I was like, man, I was sitting there because I'm tired of these fly by nights. This don't look like it's gonna be fly by night, but I think it does have it has a shelf life on it unless it has like meteoric success. So I'm still divided. I can put myself in a place of ignorance when it comes to Zoo for boxing because I didn't really care to research it. You know what I'm saying? I look at it like this. Like what's going on with one of my guys right now, right? And it involves like some personal situation with a woman. I actually seen the owner of that whole thing actually, you know what I'm saying, throw and land a punchy punch on his wife. And no nobody, so I wasn't, that's one thing. And I'm just, I try to keep the same energy, but nobody talks about that. Nobody talks about that. And he's starting the whole league. And then I'm hearing that Al might be mixed in and it might be this. So I'm dividing. I saw that they had a card, but that was some, I ain't really, but that's what we had. That's the housekeeping, y'all, and it's open. We ain't get to the meat and potatoes yet, but like whoever want to cook and say whatever, we could do it.
I'll keep it brief. I am not rocking with Zufa. I'm not down with it at all because when you look at the numbers of how this thing is broken down, 15 to 20,000. When you get ranked between 5 and 10, you get $50,000. You get $750,000 to defend your title. So let's say a fighter fought 5 times, right? 5 times in a year, defended his title, which at that level of maybe some of the guys that's fighting 5 times may not be it. But you're getting 5 times at 750,000. You're getting 3,750,000 for the year. So at the end of the day, I'm fighting 5 times and I'm making way less money. For somebody with a lesser name, they may like that. But if you're an established boxer, yeah, I don't see anybody going over there. And for me, if you just link up with Pro Box, you probably can make that same type of money in that year and have more of a respectable career. So that's where I'll land that.
Yeah, like see, it sounds like the minor leagues of boxing.
The G League.
Yeah, man, it's the G League, right?
Salute,
But
Pop.
but somehow, one by one, they bringing in big names. You know, the first one, Obatayo, which ain't, it's not a huge name, but people do want to see him more often, right? And now recently, Bam Bam Rodriguez just joined the list.
What?
That's the first time I got interested. I'm like, oh man, what the fuck? Bam Bam? I'm like, okay, I might have to watch it. But what's gonna be the icing on the cake is when Terrence Crawford comes out of retirement for Zuffa boxing. That is gonna give it it's gonna give it a surgence.
And get paid what? Because Bud ain't taking no less than $20 million.
No. I'm gonna be honest with you. All these big names, like let's say Haney goes, like, basically if Turkey Ali Sheik sends his big dogs, the ones he don't mind paying, if he sends them, they won't be getting paid like the rest. But everybody else is gonna, you already seen the pay scale.
That's how they just got signed. That's how they just had to settle that 400 and some million lawsuit because of what you just said. Certain guys was getting paid more than the pay scale and shit like that happening, and you got grievances. You had to pay out a bunch of money.
I was reading. I get into reading yesterday. Espérate, I got something the volume up. But I was reading about the Muhammad Ali Act. I was reading what they was trying to do. So in the amendments they trying to do to the law, it's a lot of good things. They put on more paramedics in the every venue. You have to have at least 2 ambulance and paramedics over there and doctors. Like, it's a bunch of stuff that is good.
It sounds like he's trying to back out of that debate, Body.
No. Wait a minute. Wait a second. Save it for the problem, but let me finish what I was saying. 1 second. So, but the problem that I found over there was the UBO, United Boxing Organization. So now it sounds like the committee, right? Because you have to go to the House of Representatives and all that stuff. Sounds like they want to make their own, that the government is going to create a new organization, right? UBO, United Boxing Organization. But don't say who's going to be the president. Don't have the time limit of who's going to be the people working. Never a government create a company, a business, an organization. That shit has never worked. Oh, my dog. Espérate. Lola, shut up. So it's like that's the problem right there, because now you're going to create a government entity, but you don't have time limits. You don't have who's going to be the president, secretary, how this stuff is going to work. And you're going to give it to who? To who you're going to give this organization that you are creating under the government? That's the problem that I found right there. Like who? So Dana White just going to come in and be the owner of a private government company, organization? That's the problem that I found in that amendment. Not the other stuff that they did or whatever. Is that UBO stuff. Who's going to be the president of the organization? Who's going to be the secretary? Who's going to make the ranking? Because it's like, we got the IBF for those rankings. Like everything that I read from UBO, I'm like, but the IBO and the IBF do that stuff, and they're American companies. The WBO follow those rules. Why you need to create a new organization when we already have 3 American one plus the WBC and WBA? So why you need to create a new and that's the problem that I found in that amendment. Like why you're creating a new organization? Like for what? Ahí es que where I found the problem, because they put a salary cap. They put like if the boxer don't fight in 6 months, then the promoter have to compensate. But if the promoter find a fight and the promoter find a fight, but the boxer don't accept it, now the boxer cannot claim those 6 months that he don't fight, right? He cannot claim that money.
Unemployment.
Yeah, it's kind of yeah. If the promoter don't put me to fight in 6 months, you have to pay me this amount of money. Like to start, you minimum is $200 per round.
It sounds worse than sanctioning fees.
Yeah, but then it's no bidding wars. Like if two promoters don't get out to agree, so they go into a bidding wars, and the boxers can win from that because maybe they get more money instead of what they was.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Like the bad thing about the Muhammad Ali or them trying to take away the Muhammad Ali is transparency.
No, because they're not trying to take it away. They're trying to make amendments to the law. They're not trying to take the law out.
Yeah, they're trying to take away the transparency. They don't have to,
Yeah, I created that UBO shit because now the UBO is the one. It's gonna be this entity that is gonna control everything, and it's a bureaucracy because it's a government create entity. That's the problem I see in that amendment. Like, why you're creating a freaking entity when we have 4 or 5? We got 3 American ones. Why you creating a new one?
Like, do you know how much these boxing commissions would lie about the pay-per-view sales or, the money made in a fight if it wasn't for that Muhammad Ali? There's no way they would tell us the truth. Like, we've never heard Bob Arum honest about numbers. You know what I mean? Like, when these people start being able to, hide that, it's game over.
Because when they create that Muhammad Ali in the 2000, like, they don't create a pathway, right? So the 2 promoters that was doing the things when this law came out, they have to change a bunch of shit. Change, so they wasn't prepared, so they fall, and then was nobody to came to do their job, and it's a void right now. So now SUFA is coming in, this, that, and why, right? But the problem, you're bringing a new organization. Why? Because when I read the amendments and stuff, it's a lot of good shit. But the problem is why you're creating a government organization and there is not a structure who the leadership, in the organization, like who president, what is their timeline. Like, let's see, okay, you can be president for 6 years of the organization, then you have to be out, or you're gonna be president for 2 years and gonna go through elections of the like a structure, not just create an organization and give it to somebody with money. Like, so you're creating a bureaucracy, another garbage that is gonna be how you say, corrupted. Well, everything created with a good intentions always ended up bad. Like, I don't know. I was reading about it. It's a lot of good stuff in the amendment. It's nothing for us, the fans. Everything is for the promoter and the boxer. But I like the it's a lot for keeping the boxer healthy. Have to go to doctors, eye exams, health, to be sure that they're fine. They having all this medical at the place, like the weight, cutting weights, have something over there. But the UBO stuff is what took me out. Like why? So now we have to call Congress, our House of Representatives, and tell them, yo, don't vote for that stuff. Now we have to get politics involved to I don't know. But that was me. That's what I read. That's what I got.
That's good. I'm still putting out the criteria for the debate, so no worries. I'm doing my research or whatever. Good information on that. I'm still divided. The BAM news was news to me. What's going on?
I'm gonna say we need predictions so we can talk shit tomorrow. You hear me? Like, we want to know who's right and who's wrong, because y'all didn't know my other name is the Boxing Prophet. You know what I'm saying? But I'm here for it.
Man, Zuffa seemed to be a reset button for certain fighters. Is what it is.
Yeah.
If they're not calling for your name and saying they want to see you fight, and like the big names don't like Zuffa. Yeah,
No,
this was the reset button for a lot of guys, bro. Like Body asked me yesterday, what's Jihad doing? I don't know. Zuffa or Pro Box could be right up his alley.
yeah, because that's what I see Sufa like another Pro Box, with better budget, and I don't see that bad. What I see is that Ubo shit, like don't make me sense. Every time the government do something, fucking it up. Like I don't need the government to create me a new organization. No, bro, no, I don't need another one. We got, Sufa can work with the existing one. If you want to follow a ranking system, go to the IBF or IBO. Both are in Jersey. They have their rankings. They do that shit like that, and get with them and work with them. You don't need to create a new government one so you can have full control of everything. Like you're gonna have control of Sufa, you have gonna control of the organization, the bell, the ranking system, everything. It's like no. That's what we try to break with the Muhammad Ali Act.
See now, it's a sliver of the pie in boxing, so it's one entity. We gotta stay on it. What's surprising me is the Ja Obataia and the Bam, and the fact that you would consider them as, like, at first glance, they definitely legacy fighters in the belt. So I don't know how them signing, how that's going to impact the belts. That's what I was kind of trying to say about Turkey, and how you use these guys, or you didn't just pick these guys out of the blue. These guys matriculated through the very ranking system that you want to demolish, and have one thing. So it's almost like in same line with that. I think it's a sliver of the pie. And anybody affiliated with that, we got to keep that in mind when we have these conversations about who can fight who and what they're going for. Because I don't know how that works with them fighting over there, and then how it fights with these belts that we already got established. It's about to get. I just got to do more research on the Zuffa. But I want to transition into what Calico said before it get too late, man. Because that is part of the main, the meat and potatoes of this.
Because if Sufa gonna act like a promoter, right? I don't get surprised Obataia signed with them, so they got a promoter that gonna have him more fights, more opponent for later get a title and stuff like that. Like, because it's the same. Pro Box is like a promoter, and when the guys get to their top level, then they throw them to the big fights, title fights and stuff like that. So, but I don't need a new organization and not make it by the government. Obataia, I think it's a good name to make them Sufa. Everybody look at Sufa. Oh, what a promotion and stuff. As a promotion, I don't have a problem. Now, creating
Mello, if you're gonna be making your own belt and prestiging your own belt, why are you going after ranked sanctioning body guys and champions of the sanctioning body?
Popularity.
But that goes against what you said. You're a walking contradiction already, right?
They know it. But they're gonna do it under the guise that these are the best of the best. So we had to get them.
So but we can't say that you're doing it for promotion, but you know that you can't cut that out of that whole thing. They running everything from top to bottom, so it can't be good if it's just for promotion when they running it like they sanctioning, they got their own little whatever. It might conflict with what the WBO, the IBF, the WBA.
See, I think they want to get the best fighters that we speaking of. I think they want to get them beat up. Like, I feel like this is that league.
Like their guys?
Like Ryan Garcia spoke about this leading up to the Haney fight. You remember he said, like what if there was a league where we could do steroids? I think this is it.
Wow.
Yes, maybe, because you know what, I hear that too. They're gonna have their own cream and they're all professional to lose weight, and they're gonna apply the boxer this cream. They say cream to help them lose the weight better. So yeah, they control everything. So I can control what you put in your body to perform better, be more exciting, have more stamina, more speed, and say you're a clean fighter because I do the testing too.
Hey,
you see?
Exactly. Yep.
This might be a whole show in itself, man. I don't want to consume the show with Zuffa, man. I just wanted to open it up to that, man, because I gotta do more research, and I don't like being ignorant. I like the topics y'all bring up, but we can have a whole show about that.
Well, let me ask you this, man. Did y'all see the UFC guy fall out, trying to walk off stage?
He fell out.
I saw that clip.
Yeah,
bro. Yep. Body. The guy got off the scale, took 4 or 5 steps, and fell flat on his damn face. While the comment, like Michael Bisping was right there talking, and when he fell, Michael Bisping said, "Oh fuck, oh shit," but he knew exactly what happened. You cut too much weight, baby.
And I think you still was over 2 pounds, like 2 pounds over.
Like, bro, and I just to bring that into combat sports, period. Fight at the weight that won't kill you, man. Because I had somebody, I was on somebody's show last night, and I had him bring it up. I went look for it. The guy that had the seizure on Pro Box because he cut too much weight in that fight and couldn't rehydrate like he's supposed to. The guy hit him with a jab, then stepped back. The guy had a seizure. Remember, as rinsed ass Tank Clown and Frank Martin saying you can't drink no water. Why can't you drink no water? Because you still cutting weight. You can't rehydrate yet. Are you really 135 pounder?
Hey, that's a good look. That's a good transition into what we talked about. Look at this, y'all. This you threw an alley oop right there. Look at this. Look at this, y'all. The guy on the left, Khalil Cole. They are fighting at 175. The man came in at 182, damn near 183. They wound up getting into a brawl, and the man Jesse Hart, he had a lot to say, man. And this is one of the things we talk about all the time as far as weight bullying. I'm like, bruh. Look, I don't want to shoot from the hip. You know, I want to let y'all hear something real quick.
Thank you.
I want to let y'all hear something real quick.
Word, Cole came in 7 pounds over.
I want y'all to hear from the horse's mouth, man.
7 pounds.
I want listen, hold on real quick. Look.
Weight?
Copyright disclaimer, Section 107 Copyright Act. Allowances made for fair use purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. We're not trying to infringe. I want y'all to hear from the horse's mouth so we can have a responsible conversation about it. Non-profit, educational, personal use tips to balance in favor of fair. And our whole thing is these guys need to fight at their weight class. Everybody should be able to fight under the IBF, because that means that you in and around your weight class and you ain't ballooning up to 3 or 4 weight classes above. This is a prime example. Listen to this guy, man.
I did notice it said
shout out to Fight Hype.
Heavyweight fight. He came in at 180 something. 83. I came in at 74. Oh, so he was the one that was overweight. Yes, he was the one that was overweight. When did you find out that he was overweight? I found out today at the weigh-in. He knew about this 12 weeks. He did a 12-week training camp out in Las Vegas, Nevada. He did not want to fight.
A 12-week training camp.
He don't want to fight that. First his hand, then his weight, and I'm still pushing. I begged the commissioner to still let him fight because I know he ain't got this. I begged the commissioner to let this fight. So they weren't gonna let him fight. They didn't want to fight. The commissioner tried to say he's too much over, more than 5 pounds. He's 8 pounds over the contracted weight. The commissioner said no to the fight. I begged the commission, please, do not let him get out of this. On the simple fact that my daughter called me last night because he pushed me on stage. So it's a personal fight, man. You obviously got this fight. You got to pay. You got to pay. I couldn't.
He got to pay, man.
Still got some more money and not for it and did all that. I begged the commissioner, let me fight, please. You've been in Vegas for 12 weeks. There's no reason why you should be a professional and handle the contract with weight. 12 weeks. 12 weeks you've been here away from your son. the man don't want to fight. I can see it. I smell it. Smell fear.
Predator shit.
Been in this shit since I was 7, Lou. I've been in some wars with you. I ain't never back down. We never back. We had to fight. We did it, Lou. I came back. You did what you did to me. I came back and I fought you there. What I did to you, I battled it out. I never ducked that action.
So we expect the all-out war tomorrow. Somebody got to pay.
Somebody got to pay.
Somebody got to pay.
Hey, why is Tiger Johnson on this thumbnail?
Because Tiger is underrated.
Yeah, I love him.
Tell you what.
Do we have a fight coming up?
No, he's trying to get one. Okay, so I'll tell you. I'll explain it, but let's drop into this real quick. Let's drive in it. I parking lot that. It's part of the convo, D Calico, definitely.
Yeah, I just wanted to come in and say this. It was crazy watching Khalil Cole. It was crazy watching Khalil Cole at the press conference, telling him he was talking all kind of guerrilla, whatever. And then the next day, y'all have the weigh-ins, and you overweight. You telling this man, don't run, don't be scared, and you completely blew the contract. If I was homeboy, yeah, I'd still be pushing for the fight, because at the end of the day, everybody's expecting you to knock Khalil Cole out. You the underrated sleeper right there. They like, yo, this dude about to put hands on this guy. So this is why, for me, it was like, yeah, Khalil, you're about to get smacked to sleep, and you don't really want that smoke right there. And then at the weigh-ins, you hopping up and everything, like you all of that, and then you pushed them. Like I want to see you knocked out, bro. I hope this dude knocks you through the ropes. I like your career.
My thing is this, man. And I do this with all of these guys, whatever. I'm not gonna be no hypocrite. So when Coach Rell and them get all of this, all of this publicity, and they get all of the praises, it's like, what is the camp? Because some fingers got to be pointed. Now, this is a question, but like, is it on the boxer, the camp, the team? Because it's like, that's like, you talking about 12 weeks. You're not in your backyard. You go out to Vegas for 12 weeks. You come in at 183, he said. That's what the horse said, out of the horse's mouth. He said his opponent, Khalil Cole, came in 183, 8 pounds over the contract away. I've always talked about that. I said, man, these guys need to fight where they supposed to. And I'm like, man, you about to jeopardize the bag, but then you could have an advantage. It's just Jesse Hart. He like, look, man, I want that smoke. You gotta get this fade. You gotta pay. You push me. My daughter called. It's like, damn, he was in the catch-22. But like, we blame the camp or the fighter or what? Like, what's going on, y'all?
Hey, if you ask me, Josh ready to show him why his last name is his last name. You know what I mean? The guy definitely ready to show some heart, because he didn't have to take this fight. And I just kind of find it ironic, like ever since Devin Haney, it's like it's a new spirit in these weigh-ins, man. Like every now and then you seeing these feet bouncing and guys really getting antsy. You know what I'm saying?
Man, fight at the weight class that you're supposed to. Stop being a
that's
bitch.
number one. Yeah, that's number one.
Stop being a bitch and trying to like Body, you remember when that guy on Pro Box had that seizure, right? You remember that? We were talking about that, right?
Yeah.
Bro, I can't find the comment section anymore. But I was talking to a box and he was telling me that if he could lose just 5 more pounds, he would have more power at a certain weight class. I said, is that worth your dying? Is that worth your health and you dying? He never responded.
And then he don't know if the power going to carry when he lose that muscle mass.
All the
that's all the thing.
Calico, he had done it so much. That's why he was telling me about that 5 pounds.
Yeah.
Listen, the whole thing with
little guys.
This is what I do know about muscles. Once you once the muscle is depleted and it starts to lose its elasticity, you've lost power, and you can't regain that back unless you have to not use it, and then you run the risk of atrophy of the muscle. So it's a slow progress back that you have to go through various types of training, working with crazy lightweight, all this weird stuff, man. It's just like the way you had to go to therapy after you break your leg or your arm because the muscle stuff is atrophy.
Yeah, it's like for me, like every season is different and it's harder, because I am in winter. I stay at home because it's winter season. It's not work for me. But as soon as spring came out, I had to do all that labor work and put my muscles back to work and stuff. It's a pain in the ass. And imagine you losing weight and not 5 pounds, because sometimes I hear that the 3 pounds is the worst. The last 3 pounds, because you don't have no more liquid in your body. So if you no, that's not your weight class. And a lot of shit happen, and you see boxers think that they got more power. No, you run out of speed, of power. You cut up all that weight, so the fight night, but you rehydrate, so quick and stuff, while you lose the stamina and speed, and you see them getting knocked down or losing the fight, and you're like, oh, why? Because that's not his weight class.
So shout out to Mr. Gary Russell. Look, shout out to Mr. Gary Russell, because when he fought Lomachenko, the man had a bad scale, got up on the scale, realized he was 5 pounds. But guess what Mr. Gary Russell did? He cut that shit. Now, how he did it, what he did, he cut that shit and arguably still won that fight had they counted that knockdown. A lot of people don't like to do that, and that fight was very close. A lot of people be trying to say, yeah, blah, 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 but like he cut that shit. You know what I'm saying? The only thing is, all it takes is for one bad rehydration, because sometimes it's like, yeah, they've been used to kind of starving themselves, unhealthy and all. They've been used to cutting it, getting down. But all it takes is for you to try to do it the wrong way, one fluctuation, one miscalculation, and you don't put that shit back on the right way. You don't have the fluid necessary to protect your brain. And when your skull when your brain rattle inside your skull, you know what I'm saying, you might go to the upper room, man. Like we gotta be more vocal about this, even though these are not the kind of shows that get the choir jumping for joy, but we still gotta talk about this, man. I hope Jesse Hart beat the shit out of Khalil Cole. And it can't be done, because I seen when the dude that he rematched, I seen when he put hands and feet off in that motherfucker. So I'm like, man, I hope Jesse Hart put foot all up in his ass.
Hey, I heard somebody speak on those last 3 pounds. And when you do that, you also taking it out of your brain, and that can't be replaced. Definitely not easily,
Yes.
Like it's a drip by drip situation. Like you're not gonna get this back because you had a nice glass of water, or you had a nice night to try to rehydrate. That's not gonna do it.
And look, they say, I heard Richardson Hitchens talk about it, because he under the IBF. He say, I typically do better the later the fight is. So that's so you could do everything and think you got it back on. It takes time to get that fluid to go back in your brain. You don't just drink a gallon and then it goes to your brain. It takes time for it to go and filter and do everything for that liquid to be up there. But he said the later he fight, the better. So the close, like now, that's but that's another factor, man. It's crazy. But go ahead.
I wanted to say this, and if I'm hearing it correct, Malazar does go to the gym and work out. When you're working out, right, it comes to a point where you see the guys in the gym that are trying to cut body fat, so you're more defined and more lean. And they use the supplements and stuff like that to build the protein in the muscle, but they want to lose the body fat. So you get down to these low percentage, 2.5%, 1.5%, 1.8% body. That is just as dangerous as cutting weight, because at some point the two actually have the same effect, to where your body starts eating the muscle tissue. You know what I'm saying? And once you do that, you just don't get big anymore. You become more and more defined, but the muscles are getting smaller. You know what I'm saying? And when you putting that on top of extreme diets, then you are affecting what Calico's talking about, what you're talking about, what Pop saying, because you're removing so much liquid that supports the brain and so much, liquid that's actually in the blood. You're making your blood thicker.
Yep, protecting the organs.
Exactly. So when your blood gets that thick, it's easy for you to shut down. You may have to take blood thinners, or they may tell you to start to take aspirin regularly, because you can suffer from blood clots, give yourself a stroke, give yourself a heart attack, and or suffer,
in the ring. Seizures. In the ring, you can have it, or like, yo, bro.
And then you talking
about
y'all
AC, go look at that thing from yesterday, bro.
No, I saw it. That's why I was quiet, because I saw it. So even in the realms of extreme rehydrations, because you only have, and you call it an extreme rehydration because you only have X amount of hours, and if the mathematics and the chemicals are off in your body, then what these things start to do is then start to fuck up your cells, your T cells and your red blood cells. And when those things start to get fucked up, now you're susceptible for diseases that we don't have cures for. Cancers and diabetes and stuff like that. So it's not a good look. So fighters and everyone, this is where certain things need to be really addressed, so fighters can actually, on every camp, have a nutritionist to teach them how to eat properly, no matter what level you are. And if you sign to the promotional company should have a nutritionist on deck that you can just talk to and consult.
Yep.
If you're in my fight camp, I got a nutritionist over here. He gonna give you your dietary stuff so you good, and if you can't afford one.
I remember when Sab Judah, when Sab Judah was 18, that he became IBF champion in 140 pounds. These days, they will have Sab Judah fighting like 126 because he was small and skinny. Like before, you have these boxers fighting in their weight class and then going up little by little. But now they put it in this lower weight class just to make them 3-time, 4-time division champions and stuff like that, to sell them better. And some people like that,
they might have, Malazar, they might have had that dude down at 122.
You remember that back in 40.
Bro, let me say something, Melazar. So now you gotta put some respect in my guy Richardson Hitchens' name, because he didn't come in and suck down to 35 like these other guys.
He came in
at 40.
He's way too
and didn't fight.
He's way too big.
In Mexico, his first 20 fights, and he never fought nobody with an upside down record. And he did it under the IBF, brother. So we got to put some respect on that man's name.
Definitely. But his reach is ridiculous. Yeah, he should probably be at 154 with that kind of reach.
But he gonna go to 47 and be a problem. But I don't want to get off on it, man. What's the predictions on this Jesse Hart and Khalil Cole, so I can answer your question, D. Calico?
Man,
we gotta get it on wax.
I do want Cole to lose. I just don't know if he's gonna lose. Like he has all the advantages. He already the more, the bigger puncher. Now he's coming in that much bigger. It's a sad damn boxing.
He's not the more technical or skilled fighter.
I understand, and your boy better stay on the move. But he's talking about stepping to him and doing him something dirty. He better wait. He better wait very late to do that. He shouldn't be thinking like that.
Yeah, shit, he got an 80%. He got an 80% knockout ratio with more experience. With the more experience. Yeah, he went against Joe Smith Jr. For him to a draw. Joe Smith can crack. DeMar Nicholson, he from Law, but yeah, he TKO'd DeMar Nicholson. The one
Well,
who
in that case, I don't feel bad taking Josh.
he lost.
Oh,
he lost.
that's
To,
the
he
fight
lost
that
to
was
UD.
7 pounds
He
over?
lost to UD to Gilberto Ramirez. You know what I'm
Like,
saying?
I'm definitely going for
115,
him. I'm going
112,
I'm rooting for
115,
I'm rooting for
113,
Hart.
114, 112, 115. It was close.
I feel
I'm
bad
rooting
for the
for Hart,
guy
man.
that he make the weight, you know, and train all this time for this fight. That, you know, all these boxers put this work, you know, and training and everything for this moment. And this motherfucker don't make the weight 7 pounds over. And if I don't fight him, I don't make no money. And all this workout was for nothing. Of course, I want to fight him, but damn, 7 pounds over. So what you gonna do? Put it in rehydration claw? Like have to, because if he keep blowing up, you're gonna fight a guy 2 division over you already. And what weight class it is? In what weight class?
175. But it need to be implications for the next fight. It need to be implications for the next fight.
Yeah, so you're gonna fight a cruiserweight.
Yeah, they gotta. Yeah, that's what the horse's mouth said. He's like, man, cruiserweight. That's the first thing he said. He said cruiserweight. But who you got, Melazar? Who you got?
Well, I want the guy who made the weight. I forgot their name. You know, I'm bad.
Jesse Hart.
Jesse Hart.
Philly native Jesse Hart. Yeah.
Yeah, he's lower because I know he's lower, but he's thick. You know, he's the other guy is tall and skinny, but this guy is like, you can see he's a solid 175 pounder, and you know, I like those big guys, and I want he freaking whoop his ass just for missing that weight.
I'm definitely going with Jesse Hart. I'm actually looking at something. Okay, so he's 5'10". Yeah, Cleo Cole. Not Cleo. Cleo Cole is 5'10". Yeah, Khalil Cole is 5'10", right? Jesse Hart, this dude is 6'3", with a 77.5-inch arm reach. He's got 3 losses though, but he's never been stopped.
Mm-hmm.
You feel what I'm saying?
Hard work. His moniker is hard work. That's hard.
Yeah, he's got 31 fights. He's won 31. He's 31-3 with 25 knockouts. 80.65% knockout ratio. You feel what I'm saying? So he's a crafty vet. This, you know, you can compare it to Khalil Cole. He's facing a veteran. You know what I'm saying? And you've been stopped and you only got 10 fights.
Only thing is the inactivity. He been kind of inactive, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That too. But I'm also gonna say
that's why he want to fight so bad.
I'm also gonna say this. When you go back, and this is where I land my plane on these 2 guys. When you go back and you see, you know, Khalil Cole putting his ear to his chest and, you know, acting like he's scared and all of this other stuff. You know, it's just stuff like that at first I was like, this might be a real good fight. I can't wait to see this one. And then to see, you know, then to find this out, it's like, Jesse, just beat this dude up. Do what you got to do. You know what I'm saying? And get your get back for him being so unprofessional and robbing you of the opportunity of a good, clean, fair fight. Win, lose, or draw. So to me, when you do that, I still look at it as if you just popped dirty. You feel what I'm saying? And he's like, yo, you know what? Depending on what it is, I don't care. Just let the guy fight. So that's how I feel about it. And I'll land my plane right there.
It's bittersweet, man. It's bittersweet, man. Because if he go in there and get, you know, plowed, you know what I'm saying, then it is what it is. But he accepted it. He a man. We gotta respect his decision either way. We just gotta hope that skills pay the bills. I'm going for Jesse Hart. Who you got, Pop? If you there? I want to answer the Calico's question as to why Tiger Johnson up here, but like we'll let Pop. I guess he's doing something. But those are the predictions, man. I think the experience and the fact that he hungry, and he said he looked into that man's soul, and he's like he don't want to fight and everything. That's what I was basically saying about You know, the shit that happened back in June, man. It's like, if you don't want to fight, man. You went through all that training camp. You did all that bullshit. We had a contract. We professionals. The man said, why you can't be a professional? You had 12 motherfucking weeks. I hope he knocked his dick in the dirt. But let's move on. Let's move on to this other piece. Again, fair use, man. Criticism, critiquing, research, scholarship, teaching, news reporting, all that good stuff. Shout out to Sean Zattel. We got I got a love-hate thing for some of the stuff he do, but I do appreciate, an aspect of his game, which is the interviews. So, with no further ado.
Oh, that's good. That's good. That's awesome.
Let's get into this.
Be back in 5 minutes. I am frying something.
All right, Sean Patel here with Tiger Johnson, undefeated welterweight, just coming off most would say career best performance, getting that knockout on Pro Box last time out. But I feel like you got something to get off your chest, Tiger. What's going on?
So let me lay down the foundation. In the title, it got weight bullying, right? That's one of the aspects of it. Sign of the times that boxing still has work to do, but it's good. It got weight bullying, legit call outs. And I want to cite Tiger Johnson ahead of time because a lot of the things he say, and we're gonna judge it, but like I respect the mind frame that he got and how he's going about it. So in my book, this is how a legitimate call out or response is supposed to be. You know what I'm saying? This is why I'm actually playing this.
Who are you trying to fight in the welterweight division now that you're making noise?
Man, I'm trying to fight all the top fighters, man. You feel me? I already seen that Jack Catterall was trying to fight Devin, but Devin ain't trying to fight him. You know what I mean? And we both in the rankings together. You know what I'm saying? So why not? I mean, I feel like we can go. I'll go to the UK to fight Catterall or Walker. But yeah, man, I'm trying to fight all the top fighters, man. Like next fight, like I want to fight any other top fighters next. You feel me? Man, they said everybody said that everybody ducking Jack Catterall. Shit, I ain't ducking. I'm trying to see it. I'm trying to, I'm saying? We're trying to get it in, man. But hopefully, everything goes as planned this year. I want to.
So far, and we got to break this up. So for copyright, but so far, it's a common opponent with somebody he want to fight. He verified that they both in the rankings. He's willing to travel to that man's backyard, and he not singling out anybody. He won all of the big fights because he just had. If you look at my thing as far as the this one right here, if you look at this piece of work right here, if you look at the lower left in the middle right here, when I said between 40 and 47, there go Tiger right there, and he upset the apple cart because everybody was big on Nicholas Flaws. And I'll get to the part that he talk about, but he's on here as far as one of the who's. So that's what he got so far. 4 criteria right there as far as this call out.
Like I said, man, I want to fight all the top fighters, man. Whoever out there, you know what I'm saying? Any other top fighters, man, let's do it.
No, I didn't get a chance to check the rankings right before we ran into each other. But what's your ranking with the WBO and what's his with the WBO right now?
7 or 6. Yeah, I'm like a 7 or 6.
And he's up at where?
I think it might be like 5. Maybe. Yeah, something like that. But we ain't too far apart. Right. And we, you know what I'm saying? And in the IBF, we right. You know what I'm saying? We close. You know what I mean? So I don't see why not.
Where are you guys at in the IBF right now? Top 10?
11, 10, something like that. I can't really remember, but yeah, man, like shit, we right, you know what I'm saying, on top of each other, you know what I mean, so I don't see why not. I feel like that's a good fight to make, you know what I mean, him or Conor Walker, or, you know what I mean, I'd like to get the winner of this Friday, Rocha and Courier.
Rocha and Curiel. Yeah, and they're ranked up there too. They're in the top 10 with the ring. So, man, those are all good fights. But yeah, so you said you'd be willing to go to the UK for that fight. And
I'll go to the UK.
Yeah.
Just more verification.
I ain't been to the UK in years, so I'd love to go back. You know what I mean? I'll go to the back there. I'll fight them in the UK. You know what I mean? If that's what they want to do, most likely, you know what I mean? But I'll go out there. So shit, let's talk.
Do you feel like he's gotten any better with Bozy Ennis since going up to 47, or he's the same dude from 140 that a lot of people thought beat Josh Taylor?
To be honest, I haven't really been paying attention to their training and stuff, but I mean, if he's with Bozy, I'm pretty sure he's getting better. You know what I mean? Pretty sure he's learning something. You know, yeah, shit, man, let's talk. I'll go to the UK to fight him. You know?
So. No, he ain't shit on the trainer. He ain't do none of that. You know what I'm saying? He said, yeah, I'm sure he learned and kept it positive. He willing to travel, double down on that.
So, if they want to see what's up.
Yeah, just how hungry are you to get like a real fight now at 47 after you turned some heads in that last fight, getting a knockout as an underdog?
I got shitted on my last fight. When I was getting ready for my last fight, everybody shitted on me, you know what I'm saying? So everybody was saying Flash was gonna stop me in 2-3 rounds or
I ain't say I gotta, I had to eat crow. And I said I like Tiger, but that's why I like how comprehensive the breakdowns are, because I thought Flash was gonna do his thing, because I started seeing fights with Tiger didn't let his hands go. But one of my quote unquote keys to victory was that he had to let his hands go, and goddamn it, he did it. So my bad, Tiger. You know what I'm saying? But you on my thumbnail.
I'm gonna quit in the middle of the fight, or he was just gonna overwhelm me or whatever. And I told everybody. I told everybody, man, like, y'all just saying a bunch of bullshit. You feel me? Like, you know what I'm saying? So when I beat him, now everybody wanna say, oh shit, I ain't know he could fight like that, or whatever the fuck. You feel me? But you know what I'm saying? So if they were saying Flash is one of the top fighters or the boogeyman, so-called boogeyman or whatever, and I did what I did to him, what that say about me?
Bars.
I don't deserve to get in the ring with some of the top fighters. I don't deserve to get, go for a world title, or I don't get a chance to, you know what I'm saying, like fight some of the top guys.
Because Flaws was the guy over there. They Pro Box loved him. He the only guy to put the blemish on Jahad Tucker before Jahad jumped up in weight classes.
Yeah, because a fight with Jack Catterall, if you guys are both in that top 7-8 range with one of the bodies, the winner of that fight would probably get elevated towards a title shot where you can get a shot.
So I don't see why not. Yeah. I don't see why not. Devin is not gonna fight Jack. They're not gonna fight. So I don't see why me and Jack can't fight. You know what I mean? If me and Jack can be eliminated or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Or that's, you know what I'm saying? If me and that.
Now it's a question. We got a parking lot, because I remember when Bill and them got on that Jack Catterall, boy, before that one fight, they was on that Jack Catterall way before the whole Norman thing. They was out there, man, with binoculars, flashlight, roll guard vest, screaming at the top of their lungs, Jack Catterall. And I don't even think Jack Catterall was with Bozy. He hadn't made that transition yet and showed the punching power and all that yet. But they was in the mess hall with their chests out, talking about, have you seen them, when it came down to Jack Catterall. So that's something we got a parking lot.
Type of fight is one step closer to the world title. I feel like that's better for both of us instead of him trying to chase that. Shit, I want to fight Devin, but I know he ain't gonna fight me. You know what I'm saying? So, I feel like a match with me and Jack is one step closer to what we're trying to get, and I don't see why not. And like I said, I'll go to the UK to fight him.
I remember, because you want to fight Devin and shit. I was with you on the Porter Way podcast when you guys went back and forth on Twitter after that episode was done and everything, and you were giving him a lot of props about it.
I feel like Devin, man, just like just run his mouth, man. Like there was no reason for him to say what he said about me. You know what I mean? Or you know what I'm saying? Like I ain't really see the point of why he said that, but he ain't about to say something crazy to me. I ain't gonna say nothing. You feel me? So I don't care. I don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? Like, it is what it is. You know what I mean? If we can fight, I'll fight that nigga in Oakland. If I could. You feel me? And whoop his ass.
I'll go to Oakland, and he's like, man, Devin ain't had no reason to say what he said about him out of the blue.
You know what I mean? So Well, you know, he chasing that Ryan rematch or whatever the hell, Conor Van, whatever the fuck. But you know, I'm trying to fight all the top fighters, man. You know, so let's make it happen this year.
Yeah, I mean, I actually think
I feel like man, like me and Jack could be like on a turkey card or something.
Yeah,
that'd be a fight, right? That'd be a good fight. So shit, I don't see why not.
Yeah, dude. Well, yeah. Why do you feel like you would beat Catapult? You know, just judging his style, knowing what you can do. How does that fight look like?
I mean, I just know what I can do. You know what I mean?
Because he likes to kind of fight long range and sit on that back foot, try to snipe people with the left hand. How do you feel like that style matches up with your style?
I mean, I feel like I'm just an all-around fighter. You know what I mean? Like I can make adjustments. You know what I'm saying? Like in the Flash fight, like we all know that Flash throw a lot of punches. He a bomb fighter. He like to throw a lot of punches. You know, he just I fucking tame Flash easy with just a jab. You know what I mean? Like I shut all that down with just a jab. You know what I mean?
He cooking, y'all.
He couldn't do shit. You feel me? So I'll do the same thing in Canada.
Is it harder to do that against Southpaw with the jab?
No.
Why is that?
Not to me.
Yeah. Give me some game here. Why is
I ain't gonna tell you my secrets, man. But nah. I feel like it's easier for me. My jab would be easier with a southpaw. To me.
We be southpaw killing.
I'm both-handed. Like
ambidextrous.
Yeah, I'm both-handed. So that him being southpaw ain't gonna play no factor. You know what I mean? So if anything, I feel like it'll help me by him being southpaw sitting back. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like, man, I'm just an all-around fighter, man. Like a lot of people just keep sleeping on me. You know what I mean? Like they're looking at my past performances, saying that I ain't that good or I'm this and that. They said I was gonna get stopped my last fight, had me as the B side. Man, my whole family was eating after that fight. You know what I'm saying?
With the vet same
yeah, man. All my people was eating. You know what I'm saying? Like right after my fight, a fan walked up and was like, "He won like 10 bands from the knockout."
You got my attention, brother.
You know what I mean? So, there you have it. You feel me?
I do feel like you and Bruce Shushu got strays because I understand if Devin wanted to go at me and Sean, but I was like, yeah, Tiger and Bruce were giving you mad props for how you did that.
He took his feelings towards you and Sean.
Yes, out on you guys.
Out on us for nothing. You know what I'm saying? We ain't said shit. You know what I'm saying? If anything, like I said, I knew he was gonna win.
Yeah.
I ain't
and
said
Bruce
shit.
Did too.
Yeah, we both said.
So he said Dad was gonna win.
You feel me? So when I woke up, that next morning, everybody was like, I had like hella missed calls and text messages, and like somebody sent me a tweet with the headline just said Devin. So I'm thinking like, oh shit, like who, like you know what I'm saying? What happened? I click on it, it's about me. So I'm like, oh, all right. So I'm sitting there scratching my head like, what the fuck? So I'm reading it, man. He violated that with that tweet. So that's why I said what I said.
Now the critique, I know you saw it had to on Twitter from boxing fans and Haney fans was, Tiger's got 15 or so fights, 14, 15 fights. Haney's been in, about 10 or so.
Against who?
Experience, an experience. Lomachenko, he's
later.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? But the nigga was in Mexico for like 20 of his fights. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, yeah, he fought. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna discredit him. You know what I'm saying? His career. You know what I'm saying? He definitely fought the best. He fought Loma. You know what I'm saying? He fought Ryan. He fought Cambosa. Like, he did what he had to do. Like, his belts and his accomplishments, he did what he had to do. I'm not taking that away. But people saying that he got all these fights and shit. Half his fights is in Mexico. You know what I mean? Like, against who? If you look at my record, you do your homework on my career, who fought the better opposition?
But the overall is
no, not overall.
14 fights.
Yeah, I'm saying first 10 fights, or if you want to say first 10, first 15, whatever the fuck.
Well, also say you're older because he started at like what, 16, 17. You how old were you when you came out of the Olympics? Out of the 2020 games? 21.
So he gave Dev props on his accolades, but he's also got Olympic pedigree. He came out guns blazing. I just think he started fighting where he wasn't letting his hands go in the middle rounds. But he got some tenure, and these be bars when I be talking about them first couple fights, and level of competition and stuff like that. I'll talk about another guy that went through the same thing, that had decent names and experience, but didn't start off, with no cherry picks, even though he was over there with Top Rank.
I just turned 23. Right. But I mean, this shit, like, at the end of the day, he was young. That is true. Mm-hmm. But I mean, I got experience. I've been traveling all around the world, fighting all different types of styles. You know what I mean? So them saying that is just a bunch of nothing. It ain't like I'm just somebody who was just a regular amateur and just turned pro. Then I could see why somebody would say he got too much experience. But like, I done fought at the top level. You know what I'm saying? As an amateur, I done fought around the world, went to the Olympics. Like, his style ain't nothing I haven't seen before, or whatever the fuck. His experience ain't gonna be a factor. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I mean, shit. I'd love to get a fight with him if I can. You know what I mean? Shit. I wanted the winner of Mario and Ryan, but we know Devin trying to get that fight with Ryan, so that's out the way.
You guys ever spar some rounds in the gym, you and Devin?
No. I've been I never sparred with him before.
Yeah, and that's kind of crazy because you guys have been in Vegas at the same time, had to have been at different times in your careers, but yeah. So,
I just came to Vegas.
Okay.
Yeah, I just came to Vegas. I ain't started coming until like the last couple years.
Yeah.
But, what I was gonna say, like I said, man, the nigga Devin started it with me, so everybody on the internet is trying to bash me and trying to talk shit about me or say I'm, going too far on my trip. He started with me. You know what I mean? Am I lying? What you think?
You were being respectful, and then he dished you, and now you want to fight. You're like, all right, well, come see me then.
Like, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? So I feel like, in my opinion, I think he was on his high horse after that win, and he just felt like he probably could just get that off. Not with me. He probably get that off on somebody else, but he wasn't about to get that off on me.
What would that look like stylistically in the fight? You guys both got speed, long arms, good boxer punchers. What would you think it would look like in that?
Yeah, Devin? Yeah. I heard Devin. Like, I heard Devin. You know what I'm saying? I'm not just saying that. Like, I really heard him. You know what I mean? Like, he makes so many mistakes that I'll just capitalize on. Like, I'll hurt him, man. You know what I mean? And you know that it's a high risk, low reward. You know what I'm saying?
So you got to do things to put yourself in position to get that opportunity against the Devin. You got to put some work in.
Right. And Jack Catterall.
Right.
Well, one that put me up there. That's one step closer. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like me and Jack Catterall would be a good fight to make. And that'll put me up there. So then now we can start talking chicken. You feel me?
Yeah.
After I beat Jack Catterall.
Right.
You feel me? So, and that could be and not even just Jack Walker, Conor Walker, the winner of this Friday.
Lewis Crocker, since you're in the IBF rank, you can work your way to fight for that title maybe at some point.
Yeah, exactly.
So just to give some background, man, it's wild because I remember when Deb was going at Jaleel Hackett. Now, Jaleel Hackett fought Pete Dobbs, who Pete Dobbs had common opponent with Conor Ben. Jaleel Hackett was also over there on Matchroom. He survived TMT and got over there with Matchroom, but Eddie did what he did with Jaleel. He got pickpocketed with a shot 2 fights ago. But I remember him and Deb was going at it, and Jaleel Hackett file was online. I remember when Deb said what he said to Mr. Gary Russell after the Mac Maxeo pickpocket. Gary Antoine said, well, when you come to 140, because Devin was at 135, he's like, come see me. We never saw that. But Devin do have a history. I remember Richardson Hitchens for a long time been saying Devin name. People he been saying that for a long time. And in a recent interview, he said, listen, all these guys that y'all affiliate with me and having me call out or want me to fight, he said, I'm calling out 2 people. Teofimo Lopez, who got in the ring, and Devin Haney, because he said F the Haneys at the end. So he been clear on who he wanted to fight or whatever and his intentions, but him and Devin, they've been going at it. It's been something about Devin posting how much money he wanted and all this. And he's saying everything but let's fight, in my opinion, because that's his slogan. I'm like, send that contract if you the A-side or talk to Turkey Bag, yo, do something. But I remember that. He gave options on who he want to fight and why he want to fight Jack Catterall, because Devin was saying he wanted Jack Catterall that'll put him close to a title shot. He was confident in his approach. He basically said Dev started it, and I think that he was pretty much logical because he said he was high risk, low reward. He gave Devin his credit. He gave his answers without giving too much away as far as the strategy. And, he stated his tenure and his reason as to why he feel how he feel. So this is something that, and, he said how everybody discounted him going into the Nicholas Flaws fight. We said that Nicholas Flaws was way more active, and the way he was looking, I know I did that, and I had to eat a little crow. Even though I gave him my keys to victory about Tiger, I liked him because he was last with Prentice Brewer. I don't think he's with him right now. And that was another thing because he was changing trainers. So I was questioning. I don't really like when people change trainers, and I didn't know why. But that's the foundation, y'all.
Okay, so now I could tell you what how I felt about it. Immediately when he was saying that, I pulled up boxing. I went to the boxing scene and just looked at the rankings to try to see what was the landscape like. And for me, I'm looking at it like this. You're sitting at the number 7 position, right? You're ranked number 7. Above you, directly above you, is Rohan Polanco, Liam Paro, Brian Norman Jr. I'm gonna X out Manny Pacquiao and Karan Kukachin. Jack Catterall is sitting at the number 1 spot. So then I went to look at Jack Catterall, see what, did a Google search on what he's trying to do for 2026. Jack Catterall's got his mind set on trying to fight one of the champions. He's like, if I can't get the Devin fight, I'm looking at one of the other champions. Everybody's mentioning Lewis Crocker right now. Barrio wins the fight. Jack Catterall wants to fight Mario Barrios because he realizes the same thing. Tiger is saying that if Ryan wins, then him and Devin is going to do their thing. And that's a done deal. So I was like, okay, speaking realistically, what can actually be made? Who is available and not have their mindset someplace else? I get the call out. I love that energy. I believe in your skill. I believe you can beat Jack Catterall. But is the Jack Catterall fight within your immediate future? And for me, when I look at that, it's no. Because there's a guy right there, Karan Kukachin, a worthy opponent, a solid name. You will have something in common with Boots. And if you beat him, you would have done something Jerron Boots couldn't do. That's one option. You got Rohan Polanco, and I didn't do a search on Polanco just yet because I was listening to more of this. I didn't hear a lot of the stuff that was after that. I think I heard a clip of it, and basically I'm like, okay, there's Rohan Polanco or Liam Paro, and see whatever's shaking with Brian Norman. I've always felt that a fight between Tiger and Brian Norman would be a good matchup, because that's the type of fighter you need if you're gonna try to go after Devin and get your get back. Him or Karan Kukachin. Those are your two stylistically best matchups that could possibly beat you. But if you can beat them, it brings you a step closer to being able to get your get back with Devin. So for me, when I look at Tiger Johnson, Liam Paro, Polanco, and Karan Kukachin, if he would have given me those 3 names, I would have been like, okay, whoa.
I got some pushback, AC.
Whoa, that's smoke. I'll give you that opportunity. I'll give you that opportunity, but I do love the energy of him calling out Jack Catterall and breaking it down in his mind of where he feels he's deserving. Like, based on the way the media sees you right now and the public sees you, they had you in sort of a category. You go out and you do your thing with what's the name, and that now you just broke that line. So now you need to build up on that energy and just run that race, and it'll come to you. It'll be there for you. because them dudes probably not. Some of these dudes is probably not gonna be at 47 for a minute. Dudes is talking about being all over the place. So 47 right now is just. I just want to have it in my resume that I got a belt at 47 with some of these guys, and that's where I landed.
So, just the one thing. Okay, so I like the option of Karen, but who's calling for Tiger and Karen off of the Flaws victory? That's one question. The other question is, Jack Catterall. Like, why wouldn't what was the reason behind the Jack? Why is Jack Catterall saying his name? Why is that bad?
No, I didn't say him calling out Jack Catterall was bad. I'm just saying with Jack Catterall's plans and the 3 or 4 fighters, he's definitely.
What's his plans?
Okay, I googled is Jack Catterall in negotiation for a fight in 2026, right? It's basically saying he originally called out the winner of the Brian Norman and Devin Haney fight. So that was his original. His alternative options were to go see if he can get a fight with Barrios or Lewis Crocker. Do you feel what I'm saying?
Polanco is nobody. Like, Polanco is only fighting guys way lower his division. He's gonna fight right now the 31st, a guy that Nico Flas knocked out already like 5 fights ago.
And the look,
Nico Flas,
I think Flas and Polanco was in negotiations too, Melazar, and I think Polanco.
Tiger Johnson go through Polanco quicker than he did with Nico Flas.
But Polanco is ranked higher than him. I said the guys that were ranked higher than him.
Yeah,
so at the end of the day, Polanco still
Paro is about to fight too. Paro is about to fight too. What I saw, how easy he took down Nico Flas, bro. For me, that was like, what? Nah, guy, you're gonna be a champion pretty soon. You're a big problem for anybody. That jab is so fucking fast. He moved. No. When I saw Tiger Johnson do what he did to Nico Flas, I was like, oh my God, this is a big problem in 137 pounds. This guy is trouble for anybody.
But the point I'm saying is you still have to build your name recognition. Rohan Polanco, Paro, Karan
Paro's better.
Solid names. I can't say that because he never fought those guys. So at the end of the day, what I'm saying is this: the guy who gave the guy who was the real champion at that division, he went 24 rounds with this guy. Yeah, the scorecards had him skunked, but he wasn't stopped. So at the end of the day, for me, when you're a young fighter and you're trying to build your stuff, you have to put in those names. And this is the thing that I was beefing about young Jaron Ennis. When there was the Conor Ben fight was really on the table for him. It was a for real option before Conor Ben popped. I was calling for him to who else? I just forgot when I said Conor Ben. What's to do with the red hair? We always took Blair the Flair. When Blair the Flair pressed him, I was like, fight that dude, man. That's just how you build your resume, so people can really talk about you. Because at that time, Boots wasn't really nothing, but Blair the Flair had more momentum. Because he was the smack talker and he could sell a fight. So I was like, fight that dude, bro. You gonna beat him. So once you beat him, bro, now you're starting to build up the names that we're familiar with. The names that people can say directly, who did he fight? He fought this guy, and this guy, and this guy. Yeah, that's the type of dude that definitely deserves any of the champions. They gotta give him his shot. He's doing it from the mud, and and he's knocking out the other contenders that might come up to be dangerous later. You're handing to some of these guys their first O's. I mean, not that it's something like
he gained a lot of fan base now when he beat Nico Flas, because Rohan Polanco have no fan base. And Rohan Polanco
it's still a good fight.
I prefer Liam Paro. Is better name for him than Rohan Polanco. Rohan Polanco is
he's for the boxing. Rohan Polanco is for the boxing purists like us.
No,
if
Rohan
we're all
Polanco
boxing for purists up here,
C-level
Rohan
fighters.
Polanco is a solid name. It's a solid name that you put on your joint right now. You hand that young killer his first you let him taste that. You feel what I'm saying? And you
Rohan
show
Polanco
him that
C-level fighters. That's the only shit that he been doing for the past 2 years. He's a name by now, but he fought nobody. Liam Paro, that's a name that if he beat Liam Paro, he will get more recognition.
Well, it's a couple things. It's a couple things we gotta include in this. Polanco had an option to fight Flaws, and I think it was Polanco and them that didn't fight Flaws. That's how Tiger got that fight. That's one. The second one is Paro. I don't know what his intentions are. And you know, these guys play that looking back game. You know, I understand both of them. I would love both fights, but we didn't hear. Well, the other thing I had was we didn't hear no response for Catterall caught wanting the winner of Devin and Norman. And that's the same thing I was saying about Richardson. Richardson said he wanted next, and it was no pressure on Devin. And that was like kind of like, if I'm gonna give away some secret sauce, I had something going on with Devin. I've been had a thumbnail for we coming on 2 weeks now, but I said I'm gonna give him a little time to let some shit shake out in boxing before he come out and make. But if Catterall was saying I want next, and Richardson Hitchens was saying I want next, I think Brian Norman would have fought Richardson Hitchens, I believe, because they got history and sparring history that I didn't know about. We didn't hear nothing from Devin as far as, because he can play I'm going for Rowley, I'm going for Crocker, I'm going for all these guys, but we don't know Jack Catterall's intentions like now, because Devin ain't said nothing. He ain't entertained that. And Tiger just saying, hey, I want my shot. I'll fight the dude that you wanted to fight if that's who you wanted to fight, and you know, make work of him. And I'm chasing. See, I look at it in the same vein as O'Shaquie. When O'Shaquie was going out to Shakur, he went out there and dispatched Fulton, but everything he was doing was logical in his steps in pursuit of that guy. I didn't think that it was just some random BS where it was just a clout chase like what Keyshawn just did with Tank, just saying I'll knock him out right before my fight. I don't think it was a clout chase. I think this was bona fide.
I would like Tiger Johnson versus Catterall. That's a good fight, and I see Tiger Johnson knocking out the shit of Catterall, because he's like, he know how to cut the ring and be really fast with that jab and power, and he got power, and then he delivered combinations after that.
But who was Polanco fighting on the 31st?
I don't know, some guy that Flash knock out, I think, in 4 rounds or something.
And who was Liam Paro fighting?
That one I know he's gonna fight. I saw it, but I'm bad with names, so I had to research and stuff for him.
For some reason, I think Paro gonna be like Cambosta's going to 40. I think him going to 47 is like Paro going to is like Cambosta's going to 40, or like Pitbull going to 40. I don't think that's a good weight class for him.
Don't have nothing for him, So
but I don't think that's. I think if he can get outboxed like that by Richardson at 40, imagine Richardson at 47 probably stop him.
That's a monster.
But any skilled boxer with the size and the dimensions, it's a dimension thing. It's like with Cambosis at 40, that's a dimension thing. His arms too short to box with the guards, man. Like Pitbull Cruz at 40, arms too short. You see what Ryu did? A skilled boxer is going to do the same thing to Liam Paro. He couldn't even get past Richardson's jab. So I think Paro need to be at 40 down there fighting the Sandor Martins and maybe a Puello, or that's his weight class, in my opinion. You know.
No, I was shocked when he moved up. I was shocked when he moved up. I was like, whoa, he moved to 47? That's crazy.
What happened to Calico? I guess we took too long, man.
That's what a lot of boxers do when they lose. No, let's move up in weight, and because the 47 wasn't that busy when he moved up, but now start to getting pumped up, and some other boxers are coming up. So other boxers
like
change.
I'm just like, look, I don't know if Catterall would want to deal with what's the name, because you're saying something that might be more relevant, where Catterall may be feeling like Tiger Johnson, he's looking back. Yeah, you have one impressive fight in how long? You feel what I'm saying? Me personally, I just really like, and I think it does, wonders if he puts in that type of performance and carrying the power he has and his athletic ability, and I think he has the better jab than Boots. I would probably say he get in there and gets a stoppage on Quran, even if it's a TKO, bro. That shit is mad impressive. That's the type of shit that's really gonna ring bells. I'm just saying, because Catterall he's coming up. Quran has always been a 47-pounder, at least to my knowledge.
I like the Quran thing too, yeah, because I don't think that's a guy. He's a tricky. It's like people calling out Sandor Martin to an extent, even though Sandor Martin is.
Yeah,
but I think they not like we as hardcore as we calling for. We want to see him, but like people are not calling. But I would love that. But I'm gonna take the stance of let's just fan the flames. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna fan the flames on Tiger because he did make a statement against flaws. So I'm gonna take the side of, hey man, I wish you well in trying to land one of these guys in the approach you're taking to try to get rid of the names. But those are good names. Europe P, what's going on?
In Pro Box, that happened Pro Box.
Salute you.
Yeah, man, yeah. Yo, yeah, I'm here, man. I just wanted to say, like, I'm not really impressed with Catterall in terms of his sort of like longevity. I don't think he's got. He reminds me of Harold Graham. I don't know if you remember Harold Graham. He's a slick southpaw from back in the day. Fought Julian Jackson back at light middleweight. I think Jack Catterall's got the feet, but I don't think he's got the hands, bro. I don't think he's got the hands, bro. I'm not seeing anything from him which is necessarily going to be winning a world title, So, but that's my opinion, man.
Yeah,
I got to keep it real on that.
That's what I want to.
If you look at what Barbosa did at 40 with Catterall and how they was pretty much staring at each other, so it was a staring contest for a lot of it. Barbosa didn't blow him out, but he did enough. I think in his backyard, that showed that pressure or whatever. It might have been the weight, but I think it's another thing like the Camboses of the world going to 40, the Liam Parros, Liam Parros going to 47. It's a dimension thing. So a skilled boxer, he ain't even got to have all the power, but if he know how to use his feet and he got a decent jab and he can fight off of the jab, them guys with them shorter arms like a Pitbull Cruz versus a Valenzuela at 40 or a skilled boxer at 40, like a Puello, he's not going to be able to get in to land that shit. But Bozy did do a good job at his delivery system as far as the punch. But I think it's one of them things, you know what I'm saying? Like with the dimensionally, he's at a disadvantage with a skilled boxer, So good stuff, man.
Yeah.
What's your
That's what I want. Tiger Johnson face Catterall because I see that Tiger Johnson can beat him, can get a name. And the speed, the speed and the power of his punches, and Catterall is a good name because I don't see Catterall becoming champion. So why don't use that name to push up another name? Because right now Tiger Johnson, he got that good victory, but body where he was in Pro Box. So a lot of people, Flasley is not that if they never saw him before that fight. Because Tiger Johnson make it look easy, but Body know that Flaccid was like he float in the ring and he jab you and stuff and dance around and float that you cannot find him. And Tiger Johnson, just since he started throwing that first jab, just catch him right away, bam! And every time he moved, bam, bam. No, that was I feel even bad for freaking Class because I know how.
Yeah, he looked. It was almost like that belt to ass that Oshaki put on Fulton, but more dangerous because he put him down. He got up and he was clueless. You know what I'm saying? Like it was just like the Norman thing, but Tiger was like, "Nah, I'm about to finish this one." Like
like that. I'm gonna finish him.
Let's get to the main joint though, since we got a new guy. And salute for jumping on Europe.
Yeah, man. Yeah, thank you for having me.
Moritalia.
Oh, well, that's a good fight. It's I'm probably gonna go like cruise in that fight, but I'm not completely like convinced with him either. So like I'm not mad on him because I'm just not, man. He stayed like amateur too long, bro. So what? You 30 now? What? How many fights has he had? 2 or 3 fights? 5 fights? Listen, I can't even remember the last guy he fought. It was some sort of Chinese guy or something. Was it some sort of Chinese? Yeah, I don't even. Yeah. Well, I think he waited too long to go professional. My own opinion.
Well, no, man. First, Keishan became champion with 10 fights. He got 13 right now, right? But he got a better promoter. Actually, like Andy Cruz, like Murataya only have 7. He got 6 10-round fights and 1 12-round fights. That one with Kevin Farmer. The other 13 are 4-round fights, and then the other 3 are 6-round fights. So the experience, when people are saying, "Oh, he got 23, have more experience," yeah, but when you was fighting 4 rounds, Andy Cruz was winning gold medal. And then if you put Keishon Davis and Shakur Stevenson at these great boxers, right? They won silver. We're talking about the guy that won gold in the Pan Americans, gold in the World Cup, and then gold in the Olympics, and came back.
It's a massive achievement. No, listen, it's a massive achievement. It's a massive achievement, but he's 30 years old, bro. It's like Cal Yafai.
29. Murataya is 29.
Yeah, but now listen, they're done, bro. Like when you get to 22, 20, like to 32, 33 at that age, you're done, bro. Look at Cal Yafai.
He's 30.
He's nearly. He's 30.
29.
No, it's done, bro. Done. Roberto Duran had won like 15 belts by now. It's done, bro. Done.
Now you will see how Andy Cruz will knock out Murataya in the like 9 to 10 round. That's the
But it's way too long to go professional, bro.
No, why? He don't have a promotion. He have Eddie Hearn, so the worst promoter in the planet. So he got like what, 4 fights for him in like 3 years.
Well, listen, Hearn. Yeah, but Hearn's always been that guy that does that.
He was co-maining. He was co-maining for Hitchens and Cambosa, Madison Square Garden. And now he takes it to a theater in Las Vegas with the expensive seats, $300. A guy that you can sell it to the Puerto Rican crowd and make way more money.
Yeah, well, if he was so good, why didn't he go professional after he won the gold medal once?
He did.
So why? No, he didn't.
He became promotion.
No, he didn't.
And you know where he's coming from?
No, he didn't.
You know what is the government of Cuba, right? You understand that those people train these people like slaves, put them to fight in all these amateur fights, like slavery, you know, winning all these gold medals, so the government keep it, and the government just given a
that is true,
and a soda.
That's true.
So then they have to escape from that communism, from that island, because remember, it's an island in the Caribbean. You have to
agree.
The Coast Guard. You have to. So it's a lot of shit for him to to come to America, because most of the Cubans, if they're lucky, they become German or they come British, or you know. And
but if he really wanted, but listen, if he really wanted to, he could have left when he was 20, bro.
No,
could have left when he was 20, bro. Yeah, he could. No,
Okay,
you're wrong,
beat
bro.
me at
You're
20.
wrong. You're
He beat
wrong.
me at 20.
See, you're
How
saying,
he gonna win the
you're
gold
saying,
medal?
no, you're not letting me
How he gonna
speak,
win
bro.
the
You're
gold
not letting
medal?
me speak. You're not letting me speak, bro. You're not letting me speak. You're not
Go
letting me
ahead.
speak, bro.
Blame me.
Let it get it off so
Yeah, you're not
everybody,
letting me.
so everybody can
You're
understand.
not letting me. You're not letting me speak, bro. What I'm saying is, like, he wants the gold medal. He wants the love of Cuba, the gold medal. But then you're saying that Cuba's evil, and then he could have left and gone to America at any time, man. And he could have gone. He could
Oh
have
my
gone there any
God.
time.
You're
Yeah,
right.
you're an idiot.
Yeah.
You're an idiot.
The Coast
You're
Guard's
an
gonna let
idiot.
him.
You're an idiot.
The Coast Guard's
You're
gonna let
an
him
idiot.
come in.
Listen,
You're
You
an
don't know
idiot,
our
bro.
laws,
hold on,
puppy. You don't
hold on,
know
y'all.
our laws.
Hold on,
You're an
y'all.
idiot. You're an idiot. You're an
Hold on,
idiot. You're an
we don't do
idiot.
that. We don't do that, bro. Like, come on, man. Like,
Well, it's
look,
interrupting me, bro. So it's
okay,
interrupting me, bro.
I got you. That's why I say we're gonna have etiquette. You know what I'm saying? That's one thing about the channel. We do have etiquette, so y'all can get it off. I do want to say this. Melazar is heavy on Andy Cruz, right? And we gotta see. This is the litmus test tonight, and we're gonna get into that. European, you do got it. There are some substantial instances to where, like the part about him going pro too late. There is some history. Lomachenko, he kind of faded out early for the extensive amateur career. And
Facts. Exactly, bro.
BC Ramirez is a new. That's the one who beat Shakur. So you talking about Lomachenko gold, Robisi gold, who beat Shakur, and they kind of at a crossroads. We gotta see with Andy. So you got it's some legs to the shit you saying. There's some legs to it. But Melazar is strong. But on the flip side, Melazar is strong. He's adamant about the guys that he like. You know what I'm saying? But we don't really do too much.
I got no hate.
Y'all can have
No, I got no hate. I got no hate. I got no hate. It's I got no hate. Like respect to Andy Cruz for his achievements. Like, he's a great boxer. Like, I don't have any hate for him. I'm just saying what I think. You know, it's just my opinion. I could be wrong, bro. I could be wrong.
Because you're
talking. No. Shut up, bro. Y'all be quiet, bro. Shut up, bro. Shut up. Shut the fuck up, bro. Shut the fuck up, bro. Yeah, shut the fuck up.
Look, let's break down this fight, y'all. Let's break down the fight.
Fucking bitch.
You see what I'm talking about?
Yeah, fuck you bitch.
Then I get like real. Yeah, you see? That's why the Brits are like that.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man. I gotta do it, man. We gotta have order though. But yeah, we gotta do a better job of letting people get their stuff off, man. I know we passionate, but like, yeah, we can't tolerate that, man. But like,
no,
let people
because like saying that a Cuban can go out of Cuba like anytime they want, and they, you know, you don't understand when your family is like, yo, if you don't do this, we're gonna kill your family or you will never eat. You know, like, we know what these people going through that island and stuff like that.
But yeah,
and you know how our Coast Guard it is and our laws are.
You got some legs to what you saying, because they made Robisi cut a tattoo out of his arm because of it. So it's legs. So but we gotta let people get their shit off though. You know what I'm saying? I know you passionate, Melazar, but let you know I'm a good mediator, so I'm definitely gonna let you get your counter punches and shit. You know what I'm saying? But let's do a better job of letting other people get their stuff off, because we passionate about this shit. So, but let's I know we went through it, but we saw the weigh in 34 1. Well, you got something on that, AC?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, for me, I'm loving. I respect Andy's pedigree and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? I love the fact that he joined the Ennis gym and how Bozy says, look, we didn't have to do nothing. We just showed him how to deliver that package, sit down on his punches and things like that, and kind of, you know, you've already got a great instrument. You don't need to add electronics to it. You don't need to do nothing. You just need to fine tune it. So it plays like it's ready for Carnegie Hall. And I think that's what they're trying to do with Andy. You know what I'm saying? I like Mortaya's energy, where Mortaya's like, you know, he respects him. He knows what he's up against and stuff like that. And he's just like, you know, it's just too soon. just like their legs to the longevity of some of these gold medal fighters, AJ, Usyk, and a string of other people and things like that. Sometimes it's the transition to the pros, and the person who may have that slight advantage, no matter how many rounds it was still professional rounds, which actually groomed you to become a professional fighter. Andy is just starting to learn how to become a professional fighter. He is an elite, probably one of the best amateur fighters. You know what I'm saying? But just like in Cuba back in the days, you had some, elite amateur Cuban fighters. But as soon as they stepped in a professional ring, they were getting slept within before you get to half of the fight, because they didn't have they didn't have the know-how and the team behind them that showed them how to fight professionally. They brought an amateur style to the pros, and we saw it. So that type of stuff, weighs with me, because I've grown in boxing to see that type of stuff. So this is why I'm leaning towards Morataya, because maybe it's the fact that Morataya is saying the same thing that I've heard some of the best fighters that I've liked in the past say these things when they were coming up against these gold medal fighters and stuff like that had more fights than Andy, but still the same thing. And they was like, no, he ain't got a chance. I'm gonna show him. You know what I'm saying? I don't care what you did in the amateurs. I respect it, but this is the pros now. You feel what I'm saying? So there are situations where there are anomalies. So I'm like right at this moment, I'm going into this fight feeling like Muay is gonna win.
Yeah, I can see. I see because yes, I see what I see said, because a lot of people like that. It's a lot of Cubans that was good in the amateurs, but they never was able to transition to the pros, But like with Andy, when I saw that he went with boots Hennies, he went to Philly,
exactly.
He stayed away from that Cuban crowd, and then till now, till the 6'5", that people know him, so he's still very focused, training, being an athlete, a true athlete. So for me, I have seen all that, and I see all his fight. The only one that I didn't saw was the Japanese guy, but I see the transition. I see him in the front foot, the back, everything. I'm like, bro, like I don't see a guy like this since El Cepillo. You remember El Cepillo? He fought Popo. I think he won that fight, but they give it to Popo, whatever. But bro, when I saw Cepillo for first time, I got like amazed by him. And like Andy gave me that when I saw him like in his second, third fight, and I saw what he can do, and then I saw him versus. So I know it's 6'5", but we don't forget that Murataya have only 7 10-round fights too, and Andy started at 10 round, and I know you go with Murataya is good, but I got Andy because he got something that I saw something on him.
Let me fill in something. Let me slide in here real quick. Y'all both had good points, and I understand you be passionate about your guys. You take your time when it comes to certain guys to dig in. Other people who want to dig in with your fighter, just let them get it off, because just like you open up my eyes on some things and your counter punches, Melazar, somebody else can open up our eyes to some things. Now, the gentleman had a point as far as when you go pro late, and I gave the examples of Robeisy, I gave the example of Loma, and we just gotta wait and see. Now, as far as the fight goes, and I can't get the channel banned, that's why I don't mute people. So let this be a word for the channel. I don't mute nobody because I believe in freedom of speech. So I believe we can punch and counter punch. We can do some sparring, but when it start getting disrespectful, I can't have that stuff go over the air, because they'll ban my channel. They'll give me a a mark. So we don't do that. We can, and you can come back Europe whenever, you know what I'm saying, you know, you want and have a convo, you bring up some good points and I got you. But we do some sparring over here. It do get heated sometimes, but we don't do those kind of insults and stuff like that. That's just a little bit more extra housekeeping, man, because, you know, it's respectful. Get your shit off, but we don't go outright with the blatant attacks and stuff like that. That's why I just had to go ahead and do that. But I wasn't going to mute you. And I understand your point. To Melazar's point, since you still here, I told AC that I'm getting vibes of where I could see it going like, I'm not saying neither one of these guys like either one of these guys, right? But to put everybody in mind with an analogy, I kind of might see some Rashidi versus Romain Villa, in that Speedy Rashidi, when he was boxing and in the early rounds, he was doing his thing. But as the time went on, and Villa might be a bigger puncher, but as time went on, that gas tank went down, and in the later rounds, he got knocked down 3 times. I still had Rashidi winning, but I could see why, because of, you know, the championship rounds, the later rounds, like right at the end, he got dropped, and that's what gave Villa the extra oomph, and he was the aggressor. Now, I could see that I'm getting them vibes. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but I believe Andy Cruz could be boxing the shit out of Moritalia, and with Moritalia looking at the scorecards and being down, he might start taking more chances. We do got you got your example of the Tevin Farmer and what you learned from that. I think it's different because Moritalia is bigger. He can box. He's not the typical Mexican fighter, just to come forward flat-footed. He can be patient, but he do have the power, and I think his chin is a little bit better. But I don't know why I've been getting them kind of vibes. I'm not gonna say that's gonna happen, but my boxing spirit is saying that might be how this look. Only Andy Cruz might not get dropped like that at the end, but we'll see. What you think about that?
Well, anyway, thank you. You know, I get passionate, but yeah, when people insult and stuff, I don't get the same way, because, you know, you need to go through that stuff. I got you. But yeah, I can be passionate. But yes, I know that the age and stuff, but with this type of, how you say, Olympians and stuff that are not here, the media. So you see this fight. I'm not saying he's gonna have a longevity fight, because you see Beterbiev, what we got out of him, like 25 the most. So, but I had him winning this fight and becoming champion. You know, maybe his career is gonna be like 16, 17 fight. Nobody knows. But in this one, like, I don't see Murataya. Yes, he got 20 fights, but it's like 13 out of them was 4 rounds. So, like, and I saw what happened with, how you say, Farmer, and I think Andy Cruz is more talented than Farmer, and Farmer is still a Bootsy, trained by Bootsy, right?
I'm not sure.
I'm not mistaken.
I'm not sure.
But anyway, like, and Bootsy Ennis, he makes so much good work with Andy. Like I think he has brought him to the professional, how to punch with power, how to stay there, how to work the front foot and the back foot. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, it's like when Tyson Fury went to Suge. You feel what I'm saying?
Yep.
So Tyson Fury was pepper you up, get up out of there. A lot of twitchy movement, triple jab, double jab, get up out of there, turn you, jab, bang, 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 bang. He went over there to old boy. Now he putting people to sleep. You feel what I'm saying? So
yep.
You know, sometimes it works out, and it works out really well. I'm not going to sit here and BS and say, when I saw the, I guess I would gather the first fight, or I don't know, maybe the second fight with Bozy. I don't know how long he was training with Bozy before his last fight. I was like, yo, this dude Andy Cruz is like, wow, he getting it now. And Bozy, bro, that's the best. Even when they announced it, that he was going to start to train with Bozy, I was like, yo, that might turn out to be a real good look, because Bozy ain't got to do nothing but show him how to fight like a pro.
Yeah, that's it. Bring it to the pros, you know?
Yeah, learn the little tricks of the trade of a pro. You know what I'm saying? So, you know,
and for me, that he start at 10 round and don't waste time at 4, so he get used to it, and they put us some fights to do the whole 10 round. I see as good, because now you're
that's phenomenal conditioning. That's phenomenal conditioning. You feel what I'm saying? So moving from the amateurs to coming to the pros and you doing 10 rounds, bro, that is excellent high levels of conditioning. And that's going to play one of the big factors, if not one of the keys of victory of Andy Cruz beating Morataya. He's going to probably show him that there's levels to conditioning. I don't stop. I could fight active on the back foot. I could fight active on the front foot. I could fight active moving laterally. So Morataya has his hands full. If he's not what he's saying, the level of focus that he's portraying and everything, this fight is going to be either a 12-round masterclass or, as you're saying, an 8 or 9 round masterclass to stoppage.
Yeah, like Bam Bam did to the Argentinian, something like that. I don't know.
Like I said early on, I could see actually both of these guys winning the fight. I still have it as somewhat of a 50-50 fight. But if I'm going to give most of the technical abilities, it would be a landslide, for Andy Cruz. What I'm giving Morataya is the slight edge in being a professional, regardless of how many 10-round fights you have. You started out as a pro, you grew as a pro. That to me has some relevancy. You feel what I'm saying? Because yours have been more muscle memory. It's embedded in your DNA. And the mere fact that, you are the bigger puncher, you may have the better chin, and your will, if it holds up, you know what I'm saying? The will of a professional fighter is going to carry you through those storms, to whereas Andy may feel like, I don't know what else to hit this guy with. I done hit him with everything, and he still doesn't back up. You feel what I'm saying? So when those type of pressures come and you're still learning on the job, that's sometimes where in the cooking world we say, yeah, the kitchen went pear-shaped at that moment, because a couple of orders came in for the same table and everybody ordered something different and everything was a different temperature. And they just never seen a ticket like that. And then it was back to back to back to back to back. So it backed the kitchen up a little bit. So we're going to see Andy's ability to make adjustments in his ring IQ if those type of situations should happen. So I'm excited. So I'm still like, I'm rooting for Morataya. If somebody was to put a gun to my head right now and say, all right, where are you putting your money? You know what I'm saying? And trust me, I can read your mind. I'd probably be like, I'm going to put a little bit of bread on Andy, but I'm still rooting for Morataya to win. Because I believe in a professional fighter, and both of them are professional fighters, but I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is, but I'm just rooting for Morataya at this point. I believe he can do it. I think he's kind of sold me on. He sold me on what he believes about himself. Andy's kind of still looking a little bit to the future, like, yeah, I want to do something with Keyshawn, and I'm like, no, stay right there.
Yeah, I got a little sense of that where it's like, yeah, don't get off. You know, you got to stay focused. I think hearing from Bozy, you know, they kind of got a game plan. He wasn't saying nothing about a knockout or nothing like that. But Robert Garcia, surprisingly, this is rare. He was like, he could see it getting done in the later rounds. I was like, wow, because Robert Garcia ain't that type of guy. And people say that the coaches aren't going to be a factor, but they definitely are a factor. Because if somebody get in there and the adjustments can't be made, you know what I'm saying, in the instruction. So we've seen breakdowns in the corner to where either the trainer's giving good instructions and the boxer want to do their own thing. A la like some of my favorite guys. I've seen it with Frank. I've seen it with Jamel. I've seen it with Spence, where Derek was giving the counsel and they wasn't listening. I've seen it to where adjustment needed to be made and nobody couldn't give it. I've seen Bozy with Stephen Fulton. I mean, you know, people let that fight go under the radar. So you got Robert with his whole from Bam to El Rayo to I think Virgil to a lot of the guys in that gym. The corners are going to matter. So if somebody get in there and they're seeing something that's unfamiliar and they're lost and they don't really know what to do, you know, that's going to be a factor, even though people don't think it is. So we got Robert and Bozy going up against each other, and this is a big bright light so far. To Melazar's point, I did read that Andy did have a setup of I think 18 professional fights outside of the Olympic type deal in the whatever they call it, the Silver Games or whatever. But he do have, I don't know why it's not on this record, but he do have history as a professional too. So outside of just the Olympic stuff, from what I read, I've seen it on source. Yeah,
I didn't know that about him.
And I think they said it's like 18 fights.
Yeah, so why would they not put it on box rec?
I don't know why it's not over there, but I read something now.
Yo, they have to do so many shit to get too professional, and sometimes what we get are not the real good ones. Some of them get lost because remember, you're coming from an island that you never have nothing, and the government pay you to eat and clothes and stuff like that, so you can be an athlete, but slave type, you know. And then you come to this world that you got everything in your hands, but too you have to pay for everything. The shock of the lifestyle. Other ones have to be in Germany. You know, it's kind of crazy. Always break my heart, but that's another story. But Andy Cruz, I'm you know, when I talk about Andy, I am, how you say, biased because I like him since the first day I saw him. Like, I saw something on him that I'm like, damn, this is the guy. This guy's gonna go far. You know, I don't know how long it's gonna be his career, but I'm sold to him. So yeah, when I talk about him, I'm gonna be biased.
Yeah, I understand. We get passionate about our people. You know what I'm saying? It's just, you know how it is, bro. You family at this point, Melazar. So we know. You just gotta let other people, outsiders, get ingratiated, because y'all could have been, you know, that could have been another debate. You know what I'm saying?
But he was the one who started personal and shit. And,
yeah, I know.
Bro, chill out.
I know. Trust me, and I got y'all back. If you family, I got your back. I just can't get the channel banned, but I'll just bear through it and know that I'm mediating. I just don't mute people. I don't mute nobody. Yeah, that's my whole thing.
I'm just gonna say this.
Mute nobody.
I'm just gonna say that the tone of your voice and the accent makes it very easy for you to filibuster people. You feel what I'm saying? So
filibuster him.
So at the end of the day, it's just like, all right, man, go ahead, talk, go ahead, get your shit off. So, I think all I'm gonna say is it's always fun to top it up with you when we get it in. get it in like that, but you were kind of like, as we would say in the hood in New York, it was like Malazar had the floor and he wasn't giving it up. You know what I'm saying? So we joke about it, but we all have been, everybody have been there. You know, you really, really passionate. You're trying to defend your guy, and you just take the floor, and you just like, nah, I'm not gonna stop talking. I don't give a fuck. You know. So at the end of the day, you know, that's why it's like, for me, it's all love. You know what I'm saying? So it's part of your personality. So, you know, for people to be good friends and stuff like that, you just accept people for who they are, the good stuff and the bad stuff. Sometimes you just start to joke with them and cut ass at it, and you make them laugh at themselves.
Yeah, just know that if you family, I got your back. I got your back. If you family, I got your back. You know, nobody gonna come in here and step on nobody. You know what I'm saying? We just, you know, we family. So don't ever think or doubt or have, you know, have any concern about, you know, you not being able to get your shit off. You're gonna get your shit off. We just gonna do it in a way to where the audience can understand that, you know, and watch the tennis match. You know what I'm saying? Like, but it's all good. Let's because we getting ready to get up on 6 o'clock. So we gonna cut out not too much longer. But I wanna talk about something that me and AC been mulling over, which is pretty much a whole show in itself. Because there was a clip with Eddie, where Eddie was basically saying that, remember when if you listening, it was a time where there's been a couple episodes where we talked about how Eddie went and won this purse bid for Bakram and Josh Kelly, and that's next week. Now, I was under the assumption that it was going to be a 2-fight deal where they got their purse bid. He won the purse bid, which he's lost a couple purse bids. He lost Devin, he lost Boots. They wound up getting it back under control, and the show went on. But with that history of losing it, it surprised us that he won it, and he won it under the intentions to where that next fight would be a fight for Boots. Now, I was thinking, okay, champion-wise, the likelihood and the odds and all of that, Bakram going to do his thing. So I'm like, okay, cool. I'm with that because I want to see Boots and Bakram. That's the only fight. That's the fight I want to see for Boots right now. If it ain't Jamel, I want Bakram. You know what I'm saying? That's just me. So come to find out, Eddie came out and said that Josh Kelly is his fighter, and they signed the fight, and that fight was on the table. So that brought me back to the whole 2 tune-ups thing. So was it true that you want 2 tune-ups? And the thing was, Boots and them was saying that it was the 10-pound rehydration, just like Robert Garcia said for Virgil, as far as why they didn't want to go see Boogeyman Bakram. So I'm thinking, okay, well, if Josh Kelly got the 2-fight deal and Boots is next, according to Eddie's words, I could play the clip. According to Eddie's words, then that means the rehydration must be out the window, because if Josh Kelly is to win and that fight for Boots is next, it's still going to be for the IBF. So was it Bakram being a boogeyman once again? Was it, 2 tune-ups? Was it somebody that you see a lot of advantages over? And then it's another European fighter, because I say Eddie does a good job at procuring American talent and taking them across the pond and doing whatever he wants. Because you look at Boo's resume, we got 2 Karens, we got a Lima, we got a what was the other dude? That fought Bud.
Damn,
why am I drawing the blank? Not Madrimov.
They was calling him Avanesian.
Avanesian. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate that. So I'm like, man, Eddie, and then he said, and then the quote, because people cooked them in the comment section. AC said something. Then I looked in the comment section. Somebody in the comment section said something. So I'm like, it's not just us, and people are bold enough to speak about this. Eddie said, and this would solve a lot of problems for us. So basically, he said, man, I think Josh Kelly can win. He said, and this would solve a lot of problems for us. And I'm like, what problem would it solve? If he win, it's going to be under the IBF. So we got to have a reconvene on everything we've been saying as far as the movements and what's really going on, because that's going to look like it solidifies I hate to say it. But what y'all think about that?
Malazar, you want to go first?
Well, Eddie buying those purse bid is like, bro, he wait till nobody, like he lose when somebody else go to get the purse bid, because you see he bought this one from Murataya and Andy Cruz for like 800K, some stuff like that. No, not even on 800K. I think it was 5. I don't know. I'm not that sure, but it was less than $1 million. So Backram, and who you said that he got the bid from? Backram versus who?
Josh Kelly.
Josh Kelly in the IBF. So I bet he got it cheap too. So nobody bet for it because they cannot sell it here, or they don't know how to sell it here to what crowd and people and where. So he get it to put it in his DAZN that nobody gonna watch it. And I don't know. I'm very mad with freaking Eddie Hearn and how he managed Boots, because it's like he's using Boots like a easy cash feed where I put Boots, I'm gonna get easy quick money, but I'm not gonna give him like the opponents he needs to get that crowd, so he cannot be by himself, or I don't know. It's something fishy. Like, bro, you can put Boots if you got Boots and you got background. What the hell you don't make that fight? Why you have him like begging money with Oscar de la Hoya and all this stuff? And when you can make him champion and then do this virtual thief if you want to, like, I don't understand Eddie Hearn. I don't know why he do shit like that. So that's where I am with him.
Yeah, Eddie is under the microscope big time, man. He pick and choose, and he also said that Turkey wasn't funding the fight for Boots Virgil thing. That's another thing he said. He said the Turkey not funding it. I'm like, well, it's looking like, and I hate to be the one to speak on it. Nobody else speaks on it, but like Eddie, man, he's doing better than what Schofield Sr. is doing. How he's ruining his son's career. But Eddie is messing up Boots, man. Eddie is messing up Boots' momentum. It look like they don't have a clear path. It look like they just driving by the seat of their pants. And Eddie gets to skate away with no criticism. If you say anything about the whole situation, people treat it like you just shitting on Boots. And I'm like, bro, you signed with Eddie, man. Like, it's looking like it don't look good. Bro, Boots is in the prime of his life. They saying he the second coming of Roy Jones. And Eddie can't get the big fight.
So this is where I am on it, and it goes back to a debate me and Pop was having, because I was like, why are you fighting Usama Lima? What sense does that make? You coming up to 54 in the realm of all of those champions, you're the A side to all of those dudes. If Rashidi Ellis don't want to give up his mandatory or whatever, which he did anyway, you know what I'm saying? I mean, not Rashidi Ellis, Erickson Lubin. And it's trying to be portrayed that Erickson Lubin was playing games and he didn't want to take step aside money and all of this other stuff. How do I know? By looking at it, and then you making this statement right now makes me revisit that to make me feel like, was Erickson Lubin paid to do what he did?
Wow.
Because nothing else makes any sense. Were you paid to stop Jerome Boots Ennis from getting that fight by the same guy who's promoting Jerome Boots Ennis? I don't feel any other promoter tried to stop that, because it's in nobody else's interest. If you're gonna tell us that the fight between Josh Kelly and this fight is the fight you really wanted between these two guys, and you got a Jerome Boots Ennis there, and Jerome Boots Ennis is the guy you said you want to put the money in, you had that statement and all of that, and made all of these. We're gonna do a Jerome Boots Ennis versus this guy. 3 to 5 years from now, do we make them mega stars and all of this other stuff? Why not let Boots go after the boogeyman of the division? Right at the height of the boogeyman's joint. Because if he goes out and stops Josh Kelly, now it makes it even worse. So the point I'm making is you just said that's the best interest. Yeah, y'all would like that. And then you talked about a Josh Kelly and a Boots fight was already in the plan. Like what the
Oops. What's up, CJ?
You just
Bro.
put the whole
Hey, what's up, y'all? I'm just now tapping in. I hopped off full disclosure, just hopped off Marco's stream, so I'm just getting the topic based on what AC was saying. Okay. Salute to y'all. Good Saturday. Last night's card. Let me weigh in with this real quick. I was, I won't say impressed, but I was satisfied. Yeah, right. With the first Zuffa card, they just rolling out the red carpet, maybe like 1,000 or 2,000 in the building. So it was cool for what it was, right? Most of the fights were competitive. And I said going in, it's like pro box on steroids. I want to see the great matchmaking, but just at a slightly higher level, at least to start off. Obviously, they want to get into the major leagues, so to speak, eventually. But that was a cool start, man. It was cool. I would say 6 or 7 out of 10. You know what I mean? That's how I would rate it. And I said my intro. Y'all got it.
But no, at the end of the day, I'm just going to end it off with this. Eddie has no faith in Boots. So Eddie's seen a lot. He knows great fighters.
Okay.
But I don't believe Eddie has any faith in Boots, or he wants to maneuver Boots in a way that he builds these fights for people who may be tailor-made for Boots, so Boots can just knock him down. It's one or two things. Either you moving him brilliantly or you're fucking this dude's career up. But it's got his fans looking at the moves like, bro, that is a bull in a china shop, man, and y'all need to get that shit out of there. So.
Okay, and I know you probably just touched on it, but I missed it, so forgive me. I don't want you to be redundant, but just quickly, can you wrap up why you think that way? Like, he's not matchmaking them right? Like,
no, because it goes back to, I don't know if you saw that clip with Eddie Hearn. When Eddie
negative.
Hearn it's in the same vein of this whatever. He's got on the same jumpsuit. He's jumping through all of these different interviews. They ask him about the purse bid of Bakram and Josh Kelly. And he's like, yeah, he's excited about that. That's a fight that they were actively pursuing. And then he talked about Boots in the situation. He spilled the beans and said, yeah, we've had everything lined up for Boots to fight Josh Kelly. You feel what I'm saying? So he then says he's rooting for Josh Kelly to win over Bakram. So when you take those things, and I may have the order mixed up, but when you take those things and you put them together, Josh Kelly is he's on a list for Jerome Boots Ennis. He's supposed to have some stuff done. Josh Kelly and Bakram go to purse bid to bring down the value of that fight. You feel what I'm saying? In my opinion, that Eddie Hearn says that's a good look. To backtrack what I was saying, and I'm gonna just give you the abridged version is, I looked at that whole Rashidi Ellis. I keep saying Rashidi Ellis, Erickson Lubin situation with Bakram, and it made me question: was Erickson Lubin paid to cock block that fight? Because as soon as the talk stopped of Boots versus Bakram, that stopped. He went over and fought Virgil. leaving Bakram to fight the guy that Eddie Hearn been actively pursuing, Josh Kelly, and he didn't make the Boots fight. And it would have been better for Boots to go up to 54 and knock off Bakram. That would have set the tone. That would have set everything up. The way
come on,
you're
champ.
saying you're trying to say that Boots really is. That's the way I view it.
Okay.
So hold on.
Okay.
Let me
Go
talk
ahead.
to you, TJ. Let me toss it to you. The main point is this. Eddie basically said that they got a signed deal. That purse bid he won was a 2-fight deal. We was assuming that it's for the winner, which it will technically by Eddie's design. Yes, it will be the winner. But he's saying that he had a contract for Josh Kelly in the second fight if he is to win, and that he think he wins. And he says that solves a lot of problems for us. Well, we have a problem with that because we were saying, okay, use your IBF. We were saying use your IBF leverage and move up. I was saying this is the Apollo Creed versus if he dies, he dies. Like I have a whole thing about that. You know what I'm saying? A minute ago, use your leverage or use your WBA. They didn't do that. They arbitrarily jumped up right before Brian Norman fight, right? Just out of the blue. So with him saying that Josh Kelly, like, and he said that, hopefully, he said, I got Josh Kelly winning. He can win that fight. And he said that solves a lot of problems for us, meaning that he really wants Boots versus Josh Kelly. And I'm like, I have a problem because we thought it was just the IBF, like what Robert Garcia said, as far as why Virgil didn't go straight for Bakram. Maybe a unification would be better because of the 10-pound rehydration. So is it the man, the 10? Because think about it, if Josh Kelly wins, it's still going to be under the IBF, and you're going to have to do the IBF. So it's going to be a bad look. And we've been following this bouncing ball all along, is what I'm saying, CJ. So what do you think about that? Don't think about people trying to say, oh, you shitting on Boots and he'll be shit down, King Kong, all of that. I'm saying, how does this look?
Okay, the optics, and don't get it twisted. I don't know what y'all heard about me. That ain't it. I am not a Boots fan. I thought he should have got heat way sooner. So I'm not even on that side of the thing. I just wanted to get an understanding what y'all are talking about now. I mean, hey, business is business, and I'm not making no excuses for nobody. So if you want to say that Eddie Hearn is moving him the wrong way by not getting Bakram off top, I'm gonna say this. You know what I mean? And I'm gonna be consistent. That narrative that he should just went up and fought the quote unquote boogeyman at the division, at that new division, when there's so much more heat. And I'm not saying more lucrative, but there's a lot of lucrative fights at 154 because, as I say, that's the deepest division in boxing. And I say that to say this. I keep the same energy when people are trying to say, oh, Benavidez, even though he just got established at 175, if you're going to move to cruiserweight, he got to fight Opetaia off top. Why? Why can't he go up and fight a unified champion, get 2 belts, and then do that? You know what I mean? I say that to say this. You don't have to go like in a move up fight. You're moving up divisions and fight the absolute most perceived dangerous fighter at that division. So I'm being consistent with that. Again, I'm gonna reiterate, I wanted Boots to challenge himself way sooner. He's in his 30s now, and it's not a good look. But I don't think in your first fight in a new division, you got to go and try to take the Titan's head off. That's all I'm saying. What y'all got?
Now, he was compared to a Terrence Crawford. He was compared to a Roy Jones. That's what they...
I don't care about none of that. It's an unrealistic expectation for anybody.
It doesn't matter.
For anybody.
What I'm telling you is what he was compared to. You can care about it or don't, but it's a factor in how he's promoted and how he has this, developed this so-called bigger-than-life name, Jerron Boots Ennis. Jerron Boots Ennis versus Virgil Ortiz is the biggest fight in boxing for 2026. How did we get here? We got here off the hyperbole of them saying because he's a switch hitter, he's like Terrence Crawford. Because of his athleticism, he's the second coming of Roy Jones. So when they build the fighter up like that and try to sell us on him like that, and then try to say, these things happen when he fought one of the opponents in Avanesian versus Terrence Crawford, he did all of this damage, and that's why Avanesian That's why the fight went the way it went, and Avanesian was fine the very next day. So the point is this: when you're building him, and you want us to be convinced, and then you tell us something like that, like he's still gonna fight somebody for the IBF, because if he fights Josh Kelly, it's still under the IBF. We don't know if Bakaram is the boogeyman or not. That's a narrative based on the fact that nobody's calling him out, and then when they say his name, just like Garcia and I don't know who else. Well, a couple of fighters came out and said their trainer said, no, we're not going after the IBF. We're not going after the IBF champ Bakaram because of the 10-pound rehydration. So we cooked those dudes, those trainers who said stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? And then when you look at, you're asking the question, is Bakaram really the boogeyman? Or did he just catch Tim Tszyu? Guess what? The test of Jerome Boots Ennis fighting a perceived boogeyman. Bakaram hasn't shown anybody he's the boogeyman. Them niggas is showing everybody he's the boogeyman. Bakaram just basically one impressive stoppage, and that's Tim Tszyu. After that, we don't really fucking know about this guy.
Can I respond?
Look, and hold on. Yeah, you can, but let me say this. And, you know, he was calling out Bud. Everybody was saying Bud. Like, if you saying Bud, you spawn with Canelo. Like, I mean, I understand the whole not jumping up. You don't gotta, you know, you gotta maneuver how you maneuver for your career. I'm just saying the optics as far as the 2 tune-ups and all that. He's already had Lima, but this was the plan all along is what I'm saying. I'm like, follow this bouncing ball. Eddie and them had a plan. They went over here with this Virgil stuff, and I'm like, he ain't got no strap, he ain't got this and that. But like, if you're the second coming of Roy Jones and you're moving up, you've already had your tune-up, you obliterated him a minute and what, 36 seconds or something like that. I mean, you did what you needed to do. But your division, the Xanders of the world, he's getting ready to unify if he win. Baru, he's getting ready to unify in their second fight up there. You had 2 belts, which was your leverage. You drop your leverage, or you don't use your leverage. You just pop up at an inopportune time, and it's looking like Eddie had this plan, even though he sold us a dream. So I'm like, I'm not.
That's why he do sell dreams.
So CJ, this is what I'm talking. Speak to that, CJ.
Oh, like, absolutely, I will.
1 second before you start. Let me tell you another thing. Another thing, real quick. Like, you got Boots Ennis and Andy Cruz. Are these? You got the black community and the Puerto Rican community, because Puerto Ricans were crazy with Andy Cruz, and you sell it where? In freaking Las Vegas, and you got them apart. You don't have them in the same car, so you can bring people, bring crowd. And what is that to go to 147 without being announced? Yeah, 154, and not use your leverage of your freaking unified titles to get a title fight. That's fun. Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
CJ. Go ahead, CJ.
Okay, I've been patiently waiting to make it through all the hating. No, not hate. I'm not gonna put that much sauce on it, but I do want to respond like this. I'm trying to. I'm high right now, so I've been trying to like keep all your points in my brain because I like to respond immediately, you know, on my style. But I think I remember most of what everyone said. I'll say that to say this. Body, I absolutely agree that this was intentional. Yeah, right. It was a plan from the beginning to move him in this way, and they put too much sauce on it, acting like they were going to do this and that. But okay, I put up a few caveats on it. If I'm not mistaken, they didn't start to really call out Bud in earnest until Bud was already at 154 and had that Madrimal fight. So they didn't do it when they're both at the same division. To my recollection, y'all correct me if I'm wrong. To AC's point, Bakaram, the reason why, I'm not saying you should duck people. That's far be it from me to say that. But the less lucrative fight with the most dangerous opponent, at least perceived. So you're talking about narrative, right? The narrative is that Bakaram was the most dangerous opponent at the division. But then you put narrative on it by saying, oh, Boots was compared to this guy and that guy. He was compared to fucking Bud and all these guys. That's narrative on both sides. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying that's narrative pushed on both sides, because maybe Bakaram wasn't the boogeyman, and obviously Boots, well, in my opinion, but maybe Boots wasn't Bud, right? Just because of the switch hitting. So I wanted to acknowledge that. Man, see, when I wait too long to answer, especially when I'm high, I lose my train of thought. But those are the main things that stood out to me. So I'm gonna say that it wasn't. Hold on, let me put a bow on it, just to make it succinct. I'm gonna say that the way Hearn moved him was definitely intentional. He want to maximize the profit, right? So he's not gonna take a less lucrative fight for his one of his top fighters just to prove a point. He's not gonna do that. I'm gonna leave it at that for right now.
So let me just say this. Technically, would you agree that Jerome Boots Ennis is a legitimate 2-division champion?
Negative. Because I don't respect email, but that's just me.
No. He defended that email belt and then he became unified.
Stanionis.
With Stanionis. So he's a legit unified champion. And
my sticking point was legitimate.
Belt. In two divisions, is he technically a champion? A champion.
Technically, not legitimately. That's the only distinction.
So what he got an interim, right?
No. I'm not talking about the interim because he has a real belt. He has that IBO belt. You know who else had that IBO belt for a minute?
That IBO is crazy.
Okay.
Bevel fought for that IBO belt, and he was the IBO champion. So over in Europe, he was a unified champion.
I got you. I just want to clarify. That's okay. It's cool. Okay.
So just technically outside the IBF, he's a real champion, and he fought for a real belt because over there, that IBO belt is the belt. You
over
feel what
there.
I'm saying? Usama Lima was the IBO champion.
Okay. So, that was the selling point. They sold us on that. I got you, AC, but go ahead. Keep going.
Yeah, so basically what I'm saying is this. At the end of the day, you still fought for a belt.
Let me add something. Let me put something in here that might be a liver shot. It was also confirmed because I remember when the negotiations happened, and because one time Boots was still. This is before he fought Imanta Stanionis. Before Boots fought Imanta Stanionis, it was a deal on the table by Turkey for him to fight Virgil. Boots and them said nah because we want to, we still on our undisputed shit, and everybody said okay, cool, and he went on to unify. But then he jumped up. When he jumped up, they started doing this Virgil stuff, and they were like, "Hold on, man! Everybody thought you was doing your unification shit. Like you was about to try to be undisputed. So we had plans. That's not right now." And so I was looking at it from a couple different ways. Like Oscar and them was saying, "Man, look, you fucked up our payday because Turkey was gonna foot the bill for that, and we know Turkey be spending that bag if you one of his sugar babies." So. Like they got a point in the fact that y'all ducked a real legitimate offer. We moved on. We thought you was gonna do your legacy shit at 47. We moved on. So when he had Lubin, he got Lubin on the table. He got Madrimov. He did Boychuk. Virgil has been doing this thing trying to build up his cachet. So what Robert said, he said, plus he's like, man, I don't know if that fight gonna happen. He said because Eddie and them already got a venue in March. Eddie and them already got a venue in March. Well, a couple days ago, Eddie came on and was like, yeah, with the fights at the beginning of the year, it was kind of tough, but we're looking at March. They were like, well, rumor was you had a venue. So he's like, yeah, so we're looking at March. They already had a venue. So I'm thinking in them negotiations with the Virgil thing, y'all came to the table talking about A-side and all this other stuff, and y'all was trying to back him in the corner. Y'all already had a venue. So to ask Oscar even though y'all all on the zone, to ask Oscar to acquiesce to what you got going on, knowing y'all already had the venue. So that cuts Oscar legs up from under him anyway to have too much to say because y'all already got a venue. Some things can be worked out, but it was some legs to that shit when Robert said, man, they already got a venue. They probably going to fight somebody. They already know who they want to fight. It's going to be in March. And here go Eddie. Voila, we want Josh Kelly because we got him on a 2-fight deal, and they aggressively went for that purse bid and won it. So it's like, y'all don't want to fight Bakram, bro. Y'all don't want to fight Bacron.
And that's what led to the Boots thing, because he said, yeah, we're looking for Boots to return in March. That's like, oh my God.
Okay, let me say this. I would agree, now that it's not his initial step up fight, that he should be willing to take on anyone, because the division is so heated. He should take on Bacron. You know what I mean? He got what he need up there. He got his what do they call it? Acclamation fight. So he should be willing to do that. I'm with you on that. I ain't keeping for nobody.
But I think it's Eddie Hearn. He don't know how to sell it, or he don't want to. He want to have his European boxers better, you know, with these titles and doing whatever over there in Europe, and just, I don't know how to say, quick cash with the American boxers. Oh, you got it.
Yeah, just tap into the American market.
Yes, because how you have a unified champion and you don't use that leverage before you go to the next division, so you have a title fight right away. Why you got him going to hoops and shit when he was already, and it's a name that can be sold and you can make money with it.
He's a Ring Magazine champion. He was the Ring Magazine champion as well. You coming up there with so
and
much
then you give him.
Okay, hold on, champ. Let me get it straight. He had the ring and the IBF. Just a question, quick question. He had the ring and the IBF,
the WBA, the IBF,
WBA
and the ring, because they made Stan Giannis, they made him and Stan Giannis designated as number 1 and number 2, and they allowed them, because that's one of AC's sticking points. You can't just arbitrarily just mark people as number 1 and number 2 based on, but that's what they did.
I mean, it has to happen when the champion moves out of the division. I'm sorry to cut you off, but it has to happen. You gotta say somebody is number 1 and 2.
No, but to get the ring, but you can't say that because Mario Barrios was there and tenured and defended and did so tenure wise and what. So they arbitrate. Not saying that who we thought was the best and all that. You gotta think they all got email straps. Mario Barrios put a couple defenses on it. He got draws or whatever. But Mario Barrios had the resume and the tenure and all that, and that's who everybody was going for. But they arbitrarily made Boots. We could argue he was number 1. But they all got them belts. Cause remember, Bud was undisputed, so them belts had to get dispersed. So it started over right there. Nobody fought him, relieved him of his strap. After he did that with Earl, he jumped up. You know what I'm saying? Fundora was even. Well, that's 54. But yeah, 47. That's how it was.
Yeah, and you go back
that's how he got the ring. To clarify. Hold on, let me clarify. How he got the ring was they said, hey, this is number 1, number 2, Boots and Stan Giannis. And when he did that, they threw in the ring belt. So he got that strap. He didn't use none of that leverage to move when he moved up. But you got somebody like, I guess you could say Devin, who had that, he did that catchweight thing, and then he moved right up and he got Brian Norman. He full-fledged moved up and got Brian. So other people are jumping up. Like, look at what Shakur gonna do. He jumping up to 40 and fighting arguably the most credential guy. So we pick and choose when we want to say acclamation and all that. But Shakur ain't getting his feet wet. So just keep that in mind as we talk.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it like this. For me, I never liked the acclamation argument for Boots because Boots is a big dude. We just found out during the last jump off that him and his family been sparring with Canelo. He's been getting work with Canelo. So that tells us that you weren't no little 47-pound dude getting work with Canelo. No. You told us you can go all the way up to 168. So at the end of the day, for me, when I looked at it, and I'm saying, all right, you moving up, you got all of that hardware with you. You the A side to everybody, to every last one of those champions. You feel what I'm saying?
Whoa! I'm not putting that much sauce on it.
Why not? Who is Xander compared to Boots?
Okay, no, because no. I'm not saying the champions per se, but it's so much heat at 154. I don't think he's the A side regardless. I think a lot of those fights are 50-50.
Out of the current champions, when Boots moved
I'm not saying the champions. I'm saying any fighter, any contender, all the shit. He hasn't not more proven than a lot of these guys. Ortiz, I know he's never been a champion, I would throw him in there. Azias, that's arguable. You know what I mean? Because he got the nation behind him. Like all the shit, I wouldn't just give him A side off top. That's all I'm saying. He might be, but I'm not giving it to him.
I'm giving him A side right off the top because as far as the designation of the real champion, you're coming up there as the real champion. None of the other guys are a real champion. They're all champions of their prospective sanctioning body. You feel what I'm saying? So the one guy.
When you say real, let me dial it down. I'm gonna let you go. But when you say real, do you mean ring? Is that the equivalent in your mind?
That's the real champion. The lineal is the real champion. The
lineal, but that's not. And I make the argument that the ring is most closely tied to the lineal, but it's not equivalent to the lineal. But it's most closely. So I'll give you that. Go ahead.
No, the lineal championship, the ring took it over from the Police Gazette.
No. It's not always equal. It's not always equal. It's close. It's the most close. I'll give you that, but it's not the same thing.
I'm telling you the history, and you're telling me nah. You can any point.
No, because it's not always the same champion. That's the ring. That's the lineal. That's all I'm saying. I'm not just saying no because I disagree. I'm telling you it's not always the same name.
So prove to me in the past.
I'll look up examples. I'm not even home yet. I'm out in the park. Y'all can hear the wind behind me, so I can't look up shit right now.
I'm trying to put you on. But I'm trying to put you onto the history because I researched this because we went through a big thing with this. You feel what I'm saying? And at the end of the day.
Okay, okay. I'm gonna let you cook and I'm gonna shut up for like 10, 20 minutes. I swear. Are you saying that the ring champion and the lineal champion are always, keyword always, the same thing? That's what I need to dial down.
No. I mean, I think you I don't know what the sticking point is. I don't know. We just saying how they did it this last time. The lineal, like, yeah, that was awarded by the ring. We know that switched hands. So Turkey started doing his own thing with that ring thing. In this instance, they designated that Stan Giannis was number 2 and Boots was number 1. And that's why when they fought, that's why he got it. It was a unification because he had the IBF and he went to go take him out to Stan Giannis WBA, where he made him retire on the stool in like the 6th. We was at the fight. Me and my lady was at the fight. I seen Richard Hitchens. We was in the building. Giasov did an eliminator to become Boots mandatory with that fight that got passed on the Rolly. So that's the lineage and that's the timeline. I don't know what the argument or what the sticking point is.
Okay, no. I mean, I'm playing semantics. Not intentionally, but no. I'm just saying, is it always the same? And no. But in this case, it is. Right? I'll give you that. I'm not a dishonest motherfucker. In this case, it is.
How they typically designated it was the lineal. Like if Bud would have stayed there and fought, you know what I'm saying, and he would have did whatever. Just like the lineal started over when Mel was at 54, and as soon as he got in the ring with that Canelo fight, they stripped him, they popped it off. So the lineal had to get reestablished. Lineal was when you beat the champion to take it, and then you that one. So the lineage was like, so when Boots got it, when Bud got Earl, he established a new lineal for all of them. It was never passed down to nobody because nobody fought. That's why everybody say, oh, well, you didn't defend it, because he had everything. He had the four top dog belts, and then he got that ring because that's definitely number 1 and number 2, him and Spence. So that's when that happened. So typically that's how that happened as far as lineal wise, and that's who got the ring. When Oscar sold that magazine and Turkey and them bought it, Turkey really started doing his own thing where they started designated who was lineal and doing it with the ring belt. So let's not get caught up in that. Do you understand that, CJ?
Yeah, but I think
I do understand. But even before that, it wasn't always synonymous. Most of the time, it was. I'm acknowledging that. The vast majority of the time, it was the same shit, but not always. But no, I definitely acknowledge.
Yeah, but I think Boots, yes, in 147 was the A side, but now in 154, let's see Sayas. If Sayas win the 31st, and if Sayas want to fight Boots is not gonna be the A side because he's gonna be fighting a unified champion, Now you are just a history champion. That's that. You lost your lineal title. You lost your unified championship for what? That's what we're talking. You lose that leverage for what?
Yeah, now he's dwindling down. But when he first got up there with all of that leverage, you feel what I'm saying?
Lost it.
All of that leverage,
they give it away for nothing.
He was initially, just by the hardware he's bringing to the table. You know what I'm saying? Just by the hardware he's bringing to the table, he de facto was the A side to every one of the champions. You know what I'm saying? So at that particular moment, but he gave that up to fight Usama Lima. And that was the issue that I've always had with it. Now, to clarify something that you was asking me, and this is where I land the plane. The Ring Magazine adjusted their rules sometime in 2018, I believe, when I researched it. I could be, but it was in 20-something that they changed their rules that a champion can be stripped of their title be at what they deem as inactivity. But according to the line of lineal established by the Police Gazette, you have to be beaten and or retire, and then a new line is created. So when Ring Magazine stripped him of the ring title, it's still, when you look at it, for Jermell Charlo, no matter what AI platform you go on or whatever, it still says he is still widely regarded as the lineal champion. He is no longer the ring champion, the Ring Magazine champion, because they stripped him of his title because of inactivity. And they give you the name of the dude that he fought to win his lineal titleship. So he actually beat the man who was the man who beat the man.
I understand that. And that's the only reason I said it's not always. Normally it is, but not always the same thing.
Yeah, because
and I'm a cite historical.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm a cite historical precedent. I believe, and y'all correct me if I'm wrong, that Briggs got the lineal off of Foreman, but he was never considered the ring. So most of the time, the vast majority of the time, it is the same thing, but not always. That's my only point.
Okay.
I'm about to smoke. I'm back home. Y'all got it.
But the point we're saying overall is that the fact that he came up there with all of that hardware, and he used that leverage of all of that hardware to get the Usama Lima fight. Not to use that hardware to, really say, you know what, Rashid, if you don't want to fight, if would you fight me? I mean, there were so many options. There were just so many real options that put him, that could have got him there faster. Then you and Virgil would actually be two interim champions, although you still wound up being an interim champion because you fought Usama Lima for the IBO.
Word. Too many options, and I'm not condoning ducking in any fashion, so I don't want that to get twisted. He should have to Malaza, and I think the overall point that y'all are saying that he should have used his leverage as a unified champ as well as a ring champ at the time to force a fight. If I'm going to move up, I want to fight for a belt. Absolutely. I just don't demand that he fight Bakram off top. That was my only thing. I don't demand it. I wouldn't be mad at it. Obviously, challenge yourself. Every fighter should be challenging themselves, but I'm just like, yes, I agree. He should have used that leverage to move up and become a champion again at another division. I agree with that.
So let me ask you this question. Are you buying into Bakram being a legit boogeyman? No. It has to be proven because he hasn't fought enough guys up there, and there's so many names, in my opinion, that he could fight. So no, I'm just saying the perceived boogeyman. I shouldn't even put that in the air. That's not even the phrase I want to use. But the risk. No. I'm not saying he's not. I'm not saying he is. I'm saying risk versus reward. That's not a lucrative fight. So if I'm gonna go up there and possibly lose, I want to get compensated for it, and that's just business, man.
That's
So
just Eddie Hearn.
let me just follow up with this question. Looking at Usama Lima versus Bakram Murtazaliev in recent performance in the history of recent fights, what fight do you think would have actually generated more money for Boots? Fighting Bakram or what he got paid to fight Usama Lima?
Okay, great question. You put it in a vacuum. I'm gonna say both were non-lucrative, but one was way more risky. That's what I'm gonna say.
Oh shit!
Is that not the case? I'm not. Again, I'm not caping. I am not a Boots fan. I'm saying, hold on, champ. No, I'm saying as his manager, that's how I would look at it. We ain't gonna make too much of either of these fights, but let's get you comfy at the new weight and let's do it like that. I don't condone it. I don't move like that in my real life, but that's what they're looking at it as. I'm just playing devil's advocate. That's how they viewed it.
Bro, that was a drift around a 45-degree street turn, and you just whipped it. Woo! With the
What?
whole
I'm
glass.
saying how I see it and how they see it. How am I? I'm not caping.
I'm joking with you.
I am not caping.
I know you see. I'm saying, I know you're serious, but that was a mean ass drift swerve, bro. That was like swerve. They should have put that in one of them Fast and the Furious movies, bro.
Hey y'all.
No, that's how they see it, and I'm being honest.
We got this dude in the comment section cooking. His name Bodywork. He said, we pick and choose with acclamation because Bud jumped over 60 and fought Nello at 68. Shakur about to fight Tio. I could go on. And then he went on. He said, Dad went to 40 and unstrapped Regis with no acclamation, but let's pick and choose then. And then he still continued.
Yeah.
He said, Isaac Pitbull Cruz moved up to 40 and unstrapped Rolly Romero with no acclamation. So let's just pick and choose.
Let me tell you why I'm not picking and choosing. And again, I'm not a Boots fan, but let me put it very succinctly. Let me be tight with this. Those are all lucrative fights. Bakram was not. That's the difference. Risk reward.
Yeah, but you're gonna have a title. I know it's the IBF, but you got a title. And then like Virgil Ortiz, yeah, it's a name and it's good to fight him and put it in your name, but getting a title and more with the labor, because when he moved up, Sandra Sayas wasn't even a WBO champion, I think, or he just got the WBO. So the WBA was for a grab with Tellez because he was in interim, so he could fight Tellez for that WBA, but no, the WBC is Fundora right there. That's another good fight. But I don't know what I don't think it's Boots is the one doing all this swerve and stuff. For me, it's more his promoter. That's
Yeah,
it.
I said Hearn. He's trying to move him strategically because he ain't got to get in the ring, right? But he can get paid based on his fighter and his performance. So I'm just saying risk reward. I'm not saying like, oh fucking yeah, Shakur is moving up, taking on Tio. That's the biggest bread he ever made in his life. So that's the difference. That's all I'm saying.
But I didn't know Usama Lima had a bigger pay.
No, but the risk isn't there, right? So if I'm gonna get a shitty bag, I might as well take the lower risk. I'm saying you gotta weigh both factors in.
Like who?
Hey man, that's how I see it.
So what about legacy?
Business.
What about legacy?
Nah.
Hey, they don't give a fuck. These kids don't give a fuck about legacy.
Yes, hell yeah.
You kidding me?
Because that's how they sell.
I do, but they don't. So that's why I had to say both sides. Y'all are like acting like I'm caping for Boots and say, that's what you should do. I'm telling you what pragmatically Eddie Hearn will do.
I like Boots. I like all these boxers, I like one more than the other one. But at the end of the day, if they give me entertainment, I give it them. I like you. And I'm gonna cheer or boo you, but I'm gonna watch you. If you don't give me
absolutely, y'all know my favorite fighter. I've said it multiple times. It's fucking Tyson. So I want a nigga to get in there and thug it out. I'm not caping for none of this shit. I'm just saying his team, mainly Eddie Hearn. That's how they see it. If I'm gonna possibly get my ass beat, I want the bread for it. But if I'm not gonna get paid either way and just have to move my fighter up and move him in the right direction, I'm gonna take the lower risk. That's how they see it, and that's all I'm saying.
Okay, so they see it as Boots ain't him. basically, or to some degree.
At least not yet. At least not yet. Whether they have confidence in him or
And
not, they want to milk. They want to milk him. No Tootie.
See, that's the vein of what Body's been saying about how Eddie Hearn moves his American fighters, he acquires them to do for a specific purpose. That's the vein in what we're saying as far as, you know what, Eddie ain't got your best interest in it. So maybe
and I feel that
you need to rethink that, and that's where we're going with all of this. That's why we're bringing up this last statement with Eddie Hearn, and it's like, bro, how could you actually say that out loud about your fighter?
Hey, AC, because look, IDK, because Boots took a pay cut and said no to a turkey bag to fight Virgil for a legacy unification to fight Stan Giannis. Jeez Louise, he took a pay cut. Boots came out and said, yeah, and we gave him one match. They gave him like an extra. I think they put an extra 3 on it. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
They made
For
you know
what?
for legacy. For legacy with Stan Giannis to avoid a turkey bag to fight Virgil at 54. Just to come around like right before the Brian Norman fight, jump up there and be like, now fighters Boots. I mean, now fighters Virgil. Nah, you a duck. Like, so I don't know, bro. I don't know.
So now, so at the end of the day, now
it's a flimsy point, Jay.
But at the end of the day, it's
I'm done.
100% to CJ point, because in that action right there says Boots don't give a crap about legacy. So we're talking like your legacy, like what are you gonna do for the things that people actually remember you by? Like you may have these accolades, but there's always gonna be asterisks to those accolades, and that's what you really don't want, because that is your actual legacy. So
yeah, or defend the
CJ,
147
you're
title.
absolutely right. He don't give a shit about his legacy, because if
there
he
you
did,
go, and that's
What are they gonna
would be like, yo, Eddie,
okay,
what the hell
okay.
is
Let
going
me back it up a little bit. I'm gonna let you go, Malaza, but I wanna put a caveat on that. I'm not saying he doesn't, but the promoter he's with right now. And okay, to your point, maybe he should just switch it up. But for now, I'm gonna say Eddie Hearn doesn't give a fuck about Boots' legacy. If Boots moves on and says, "Man, fuck this, I want to go down in history," then I'll be a different story. But for now, maybe neither of them give a fuck. But for sure, Eddie Hearn don't give a fuck. Y'all got it.
Okay.
Yeah, because
All
right
right.
now we got a void of promoters. Like you see, Bob Arum is not there. You see what Oscar de la Coca is doing. Like we got a void. Yeah, we got a big ass void here. And these people don't care about the American boxing like that. They just care like, oh my god, they just care about getting the quick catch. That's it. So
yeah, it's about the bag, champ.
That's
the game
it.
is
And
the
then
game.
how you gonna have Boots Ennis? Why? You're gonna have Boots Ennis, unified champion. If you don't have nothing in 154, at least make him defend those belts and make a name and get good. Was couple good names over there in 147. You can defend those unified titles couple times, get more names, then see the leverage in 154 and move up. Not just move up because for nothing, for a fucking interim title. That's stupid. At least for me. Like look, Raymond Ford. Okay, you lose your title, but you come to 130. What you doing over there? He's losing his time. Like Eddie Hearn is losing nothing with Raymond Ford in 130.
So now we move on. Now we move on to the second half of this, because when me and Body spoke about this earlier today, or it might have been yesterday. It was yesterday we spoke on this, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we looked at the whole lawsuit between Virgil and Oscar De La Hoya. Does this whole situation make you think twice about that situation? Like, what is that really about? Knowing that Josh Kelly was
I wouldn't say
be...
related to this situation necessarily. I would respond like this, that sometimes the promoter and the fighter are at odds, and if you're putting that case on them, I don't think that's for play. So I think they really got beef. He's not matching him up. You know what I mean? In his prime, the way Virgil would want him to. So, yeah, sometimes you're just at a crossroads. You got to sue a motherfucker and or move on. So I'm with you.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Knowledge
looked at
on
it
you.
like,
Oh, go ahead, Body. My bad.
I looked at it like, man, it begs to be what they say, answer the question. Because of the way they move, it'll be a good PR stunt, and these guys have we see all the Eddie tricks, but Oscar got some tricks too. We can see how, with the Schofield thing. We can see it with how Ryan was before he had the shit to get off the pot. We can see it with Gilberto Zerto Ramirez, and how, we could see it with who was that? Jaime Munguia, when he had the shit to get off the pot. So they got a wider range of tricks that they do when they want to make it look, when they want to convey to the public and kind of like appease their fan base and make it look like they're not moving. But it could be, what better way? Oscar saying, hey, let me take the heat for it. Like, let's do this, let's do that. You know what I'm saying? And that way you can salvage, or we can quiet the noise a little bit for the naysayers saying that you don't want this fight. So it could be, it has legs. What's up, Boom?
So you think? Oh, what's up, Boom?
Yo.
What up?
I know you at training camp, brother.
I was gonna say, you think Oscar is taking the heat off of him? Again, I've been in the pro wrestling business, so I know tricky dance moves behind the scenes. But are you implying that
it's fathomable? It's fathomable. Like, it's not beyond belief. You know what I'm saying? And it's something that, it kind of makes sense. It's something that in hindsight we can't judge until more information come out. Just like we couldn't benchmark and really stamp this shit until we had proof. We just be waiting for the proof, and when the proof come back, we book in that shit. But what's up, Boom?
Right. Okay.
Boom. I know you in training camp, bro. I was trying to leave you alone, but you've been on my mind. I said, I hope Boom is focused in the training camp. I can't wait to chit chat with him. But man, it's a privilege to have you on here, man, with what you got going on, bro.
Man, I appreciate y'all, man. Everything a little bit different for me now. Shout out to my team. We working though still. I'll be fighting in March. It'll be amateur. I know it sounds like some shocking news to some, but to me, I think it's exciting news. I'm happy just to be back in the motion and be back in the, in the ring and do my thing. So I'm just excited to be back in the mix, man. And, yeah, man. Shout out to y'all though, Body, AC, CJ was good. We're gonna get that interview in for sure. What up, Mellers?
Okay. I'm glad you brought that up.
Oh, good.
I hate to do this on somebody else's platform, but how was, because we supposed to tap in yesterday, but I didn't hit you in the message or call you. But how was Wednesday at 4 p.m. my time? That's 4 p.m. Pacific.
Wednesday 4
so probably
p.m.
6.
Can we push it to like 6 or 7?
Hey, no problem, champ. I'll tap in. Yep, that sounds good.
Wednesday 6 or 7. That's perfect.
Put your link in the chat, CJ. Put your link in the chat, man.
I will. I'm gonna drop it right now. But to be clear, Trey, 4 my time is 6 your time. So I don't know if you wanted to move it. I don't know how you want to do that. But yeah, I think you in Central, right?
Yeah. So 4 my time are. You said 4 your time is 6 my time. That'd be perfect for me. 6 o'clock.
Okay.
Perfect.
Well, then I don't have to move it. Cool. That's my time. That's my time slot. Cool. I got you. Yep. I'm gonna drop my link. Thank you. Shout out Body, man, for support. Yeah.
Shout out Bodywork Boxing, man. He gonna put the truth out here, man. So, hey, Body, let him know, man. The truth will set you free.
The truth, they say the truth shall make you free. Yeah.
So boom. We've been cooking on this whole statement by Eddie Hearn. Body's better at explaining it to me because maybe my old age may make me get a little bit long-winded and shit like that. But I would love to hear your take on what Eddie Hearn just said about Boots, Josh Kelly, and Baccarat.
So if somebody could just update me real quick.
Yeah, Body gonna do that for you real quick.
I'll do it. So,
but Mira, when he's coming back to the ring, when is your fight back?
March.
When March?
He said March. Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm sure he gonna let me know, and I'm gonna get in on the interview and my take, my piece, my whatever. I already got the title for it and everything.
Yeah.
So I can't wait. I'm looking forward to it. But like he'll be back in March. But what happened was in a recent interview, Eddie came out and was like, because we had understanding that he purchased that purse bid. He won the purse bid. He bought it for Bakram and Josh Kelly because nobody would fight him. He'd been on a 15-month layoff. Bakram, it was a 2-fight deal. So we thinking, okay, well the winner, we thinking Bakram. Like we leaning towards Bakram because of what his track record. Eddie came out and said, no, we actually got Josh Kelly on a 2-fight deal. So he said that Josh Kelly could actually win that fight. So we basically pulling for that because Boots versus Josh Kelly, that would solve a lot of problems for us. And when me and AC saw that shit, I was like, man, you gotta send me that shit, bro. I seen that shit, my eyes almost popped out my head. I said, what the fuck? I said, so it wasn't just the IBF 10-pound rehydration, because Boots had his the belt that he got when Bud moved up was the IBF. That was the first one. Then he got the WBA, and when he got the WBA by default, because that's how they designated number 1 versus number 2 that they designated, he got the ring belt. So we were saying, why not use your leverage? And he turned down a turkey bag to fight Virgil at one point in time because he said he wanted to get undisputed. This was right before the Stallion. So they let him alone. Everybody gave him a pass because that was a turkey bag to fight Virgil first fight at 54. He didn't do that. He right before Brian Norman, like a day before Brian Norman fought, they announced they moved up. Well, when he moved up, they started calling. They said they were gonna come down and do all this shit or whatever. Start calling Boots a duck. Virgil a duck. And so we sitting back looking at it like, hold on, man, you just turned down the deal, and now y'all trying to say Virgil and them ducking, but they had plans, and you wanted to get undisputed. You didn't do that. You didn't use your leverage to go up and get the IBF or the WBA, because that's Abbas, Baru, and Xander. They get ready to unify. So when he said that solves a lot of problems for us, I'm like, by default, if Josh Kelly wins, it's still gonna be the IBF. So that debunks the whole 2 tune-up thing that everybody was saying, yeah, you wanted 2 tune-ups. The turkey said, holler at me when you want big fights. He offered big fight with Virgil. You say no, and then you jump up and tried to make it. So we like, was y'all plan all along to get Josh Kelly? Like, was it really 2 tune-ups or 2 people that was tailor-made? That's where we at, boom.
Yeah, but
it does. So I'll be real with y'all. It does sound like that man Turkey trying to protect Boots, because what does catch my eyes off guard is Josh Kelly over Bakram. Is that even, are we being for real right now? You know what I mean? Like, do y'all even see Josh Kelly beating Bakram?
Hell no.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know if he just pulling tails to make Josh Kelly feel good. I don't know what he trying right now, but truth be told, we know damn for sure that Bakram is keeping that belt, man. They know Josh Kelly doing that. He's not gonna be able to.
That's to make Bakram look good, then make him look strong and shit.
Yeah,
and this the kicker, boom. He also said, because we remember when Robert Garcia was saying, man, listen, man, that Virgil fight, he's like, man, listen, these dudes already got a venue. Referring to Eddie Hearn, he said, man, they already got a venue, and it's in March. From what I'm hearing, I don't know. Go qualify that information. And he was like, man, they don't really want to fight us. This is like, and so Virgil and them, they went through all this backlash. Did you see Virgil suing Oscar and that whole thing? We trying to figure out if that's just a save face campaign and let Oscar take the heat. But then come to find out, when they asked Eddie, they said, well, we hear that you possibly got a venue in March. This was the recent interview, like a couple days ago, a day or 2 ago. He said, yeah, with all the new fights coming up in the beginning, we got another fight coming up in March. You know what I'm saying? I know you got something going on in March, but he said, yeah, we got something going on in March. And I'm like, well, Robert Garcia was. That's why I'm like that. That's why we did that "What the fuck is a duck" episode, where we actually classified what was a duck, what the terms, what the different type, what's the proper terminology for it, and all that. Because it sounded like Robert Garcia. For everybody else, he was hindsight is 2020 because Eddie just confirmed it. I'm like, so y'all had already planned. So y'all cut the legs out of Oscar and them to even dictate what the venue is, unless y'all both know it's gonna be a co-venture. You know what I'm saying? But
it sounds like Eddie keeping Boots away from Virgil.
Virgil or Baccarat?
Both. It sounds like Eddie like fuck that Boots. You're not fighting either one, man.
So that's why. So
because
boom,
if you say no to the turkey, then you don't get the big fights or the money. Not everybody want to travel to Saudi Arabia to fight in an empty building over there with camels and stuff. We want to stay here.
Man, for that bag, I would.
No.
I don't give a fuck if the stadium is empty.
Eddie said Turkey not paying. In the same interview, Eddie said in Turkey not. I think that's the thumbnail. Turkey not paying for the fight.
Yeah.
So I'm like, is it a big fight? Because I thought Turkey only put on big fights.
Right.
Yeah, he said this is not. This is the Turkey is not funding this fight that he keeps saying they're trying to put together between Boots and Virgil. He's saying
Turkey only want to make that bag, man.
Which then tells us if Turkey is out of it at this point, the fight lost its luster.
And is it really a big fight? Like what people was trying to come out with the knives and the pitchfork for me when I say, is it really a big fight? Because Turkey say big fight, he not funding it. Like it ain't for no title. AC always stick to the point that listen to what Eddie be saying and then watch the action. And Eddie said it ain't a big fight until they both get belts. They'll make more money. Milazar, he be believing that too. When you bring something to the table, when you got a belt, something to fight for, whatever, it's more cachet, it's more built in.
Yeah.
How they can sell it. Like, they can sell it.
For sell it stuff, yeah. But Virgil and Boots is a good fight.
For Boots versus Virgil to make a good fight, to make it good, to make it something for the people that want to see it, needs to be belts involved. There's something real, not no interim, not no Continental, not no USBC, NBC, NABA, NABF, none of that bullshit. You know what I'm saying?
I keep quoting the fact that after the Usman Lima fight in that press conference, Eddie Hearn said it at least 2 or 3 times. The fight is big and big dollars get made off the fight if they both have belts.
Not
can't
both,
be
but at least one.
No, both of them need belts. That's basically what he's saying. You feel what I'm saying?
That's what he's saying.
No, that's what Eddie said. That's what Eddie said, though.
No, I'm saying what Eddie's saying. Eddie said that they both need the belt. It becomes a unification. It's definitely a Riyadh
That's a
card.
mega fight.
He said it's definitely a Riyadh card. Without that dynamic, it's just a fight. It's just a fight without that dynamic. And he kept on trying to let people know that, listen, I got this young man's back. But right now, him versus Virgil, it's just a fight. It's just another fight. It's not gonna have the hit or the sales and everything. And when he's saying that, I'm still like, yo, this fight been cooking since 47. But then when you really, really think about it and think about the business side of it, if both of them got a belt for unification, just like we talking Ryan Garcia versus Devin Haney, if they both got a belt, that rematch is even crazier because now it's for unification. Ryan's got a real belt now. So at the end of the day, two belts are better than one. That's basically what Eddie Hearn's saying.
Yeah, but I don't know, capturing the 2 belts. At least you get 1 belt and what rehab season. I give a damn about rehab season cards. I want here in the United States, with one title. You got Andy Cruz after beat Murataya already with a title defense. You got a couple names over there that you can make American court, make a lot of people, bring a lot of people, and make a lot of money. You don't need to, everything have to be a unification. And then that way, Virgil don't have so much leverage if Boots got the title. So
Virgil, understand if
I know
if that lawsuit has legs between Virgil and Oscar and the management, if that thing has any legs, for me, it's based on this and this alone. Virgil wants that fight right now.
Oh yeah.
Oscar is telling him, no, you have much, much better options that you can make the money, build your cachet, so by the time you do fight this guy, it's all the money in the world, and maybe I can get you fights with other great boxers that get you ready for a boost. Because Oscar may be telling them right now, I know you want the fight, but in Oscar's mind, he may not say it to him, and I hope he doesn't say it to him, but Oscar believes it's not a winnable fight for Virgil.
It's not going to win a fight. I don't see Virgil as a champion of no title.
I see Virgil, but understand this part. Virgil showed me something in the Rashidi Ellis fight. And if he can hone that technique, he can beat Boots.
Not Rashidi. You talking about Lubin?
I mean, I keep saying Rashidi. Wow.
Okay, Lubin.
Yeah, Erickson Lubin. When you look at Virgil, when he finally got him up against the rope, his body, his shoulder, everything kept Lubin from creating that exit. And he did that Maidana-like thing, and he was throwing punches over the top. And when he bring his guard up, he then hit him in his body. He brought his guard down. He was chin checking him. So at the end of the day, if he can hone himself, a Maidana style fighting, you feel what I'm saying? That completely just disrupts him. Because Floyd had to fight that dude twice because he didn't like the talking points of what happened the first time. He was like, nah, now I got this style. I can beat it. I'm good right now. You saw what that style did to Adrian Broner. Completely broke him. So at the end of the day, that Maidana style, in my opinion, if he hones that and goes back and says, oh, right there. Because when he was doing that, I was like, that's how you beat Boots right there, bro. That's how you beat him right there. Because Boots don't like that in-close fighting. He gonna try to clinch with you. And the way your body position is, it wouldn't allow for the clinch. Because each time you dropped your hands to try to clinch, you got punched in the face or punched in the body. But if Virgil never sees that, if Garcia doesn't see it, or they work on it and let Virgil develop that skill, bro, that dude will be a problem. And I don't think Virgil understands that. It's that Shakur Stevenson thing with Bob Arum. Yes, you're a great talent, but let us hone it. It's not really your time right now. Let us hone it. And Virgil is like, he's believing the hype. And I think that's to his detriment. So my advice is to Virgil, fall back, let Oscar build you. Oscar's looking for that mirror. He's looking for that next Mexican Golden Boy. Right now it's a tie between you and Ryan. But
he understand that West Coast market. You know, he understands that West Coast market. You know, California, like Las Vegas, Nevada.
Oscar was saying to him in one of those clapbacks. He's like, listen, there's Errol Spence, there's Charlo, there's all of these great fights for you in Texas. Don't let your manager leave so much money on the table for him by telling them this is not your time against Boots. You need to hone yourself a little bit more.
Well, I believe this. AC. I think Virgil, it's just a dilemma because Virgil is built enough. He's the only one that hasn't really had a championship fight. I mean, he's been knocking at the door. This is his third division, technically. He got a lot of names. He got one of the highest. I think only one person survived. No, two people survived. I think as far as building, he's at the top of the mountain. He getting ready to be on the other side of the mountain, especially with him sucking down the rhabdomyolysis at 47. We can play around. We can let Oscar get away with it, but it ain't no more building for him. I mean,
but what he
gotta have a big fight. It gotta be Mel Charlo because Mel is in the. It gotta be. He gotta get it on. Like he gotta be moving towards Fundora since he got the interim. I understand that, but like building him some more. Like that shit is built, man.
What I'm saying is this. Go ahead. I'll say it afterwards.
No, go ahead, AC. I'm listening.
No, I was just gonna say. For me, when I look at boxers, I look at you build the prospect, you build the contender, and then you build the champion. Especially in this era where champions are being made with minimal amount of fights. You know what I'm saying? So when you look at that, is he really at the championship level? Like, he can get a belt, but then when that other deep smoke that CJ is talking about, how deep the division is, when they get a hold of him and get a hold of that style, because we saw what Boachuk did to him, and then we saw what what's the name did to Boachuk twice. So it's like,
Brandon
bro,
Adams. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I'm like, bro, you need some more rounds before you can actually have that experience of facing an athletic fighter that has power and has some experience. You feel what I'm saying? Because right now, you're just Roman Villa 2.0 for this dude.
Bars.
Okay. Like how Body said, like Virgil is already built, and I don't see him as a champion. I see him as a champion contender and stuff like that. Like Virgil, or if he becomes champion, somebody gonna beat him up. I think he should go for Fundora, Bagram, or now Sander Sayas is his better options. Like I prefer Virgil versus Sander Sayas than Boots, because I see Boots more a problem for Sander. Like Virgil will be like, whatever. I don't know what's gonna happen.
I don't see Virgil beating
Boots and Virgil. That shit is overcooked. That shit needs to happen with a title or without a title.
But
well,
Trey,
let me tap in real quick.
But Boom has something though. Boom has something. He been waiting. He been patient.
Okay,
Boom.
go ahead, man.
Where you at?
I'm right here. So what I wanted to just say is I just genuinely don't like this one thing about boxing. Is when this guy just comes up in your weight class and he's just this one or two guy already, and there's 4 champions in this division, and they haven't fought neither one. No guy has went up and fought Pandora. No guy has went up and fought Xander. No guy has went up and fought Baru. You get what I'm saying? Nobody has fought Baku. So how can these guys get so much respect if they haven't fought nothing but a fucking Uizma Lima? I can kind of respect Israel Madrid because somebody from my camp fought him too. You get what I'm saying? But at the same time, I just don't understand. If you beat Madrimov, why haven't you went and fought Fundora? Why haven't you fought Bakram? Why haven't you fought Abyss Baru? Like, something just not adding up. But you claim you fight Boots, and then you say you want to fight Virgil, but y'all not fighting nobody in the class. Y'all not fighting nobody. Y'all fighting nobody, bro. So again, like, guys cannot keep getting all this dang on respect like this, and they haven't fought the number one. They haven't. How can they have this much respect, and how can so and so be number one in the ring rankings and they haven't fought nobody for real?
And this is why I brought up Virgil. This is why.
Hey, C, can I go real quick? I've been chilling.
Go ahead.
I've been chilling. Okay, I appreciate it, champ. Okay, I appreciate all the takes I've been hearing. I was muted for a little bit, but I'm gonna say it like this. So Malaza, I would have hoped for Ortiz is definitely in position for a goddamn title shot. I don't know if they were trying to cook too long on that Boots possibility, because that's the most lucrative fight. And again, like I said earlier, if you're going to take the risk, you might as well get the reward. So I think they cooked way too long on that. After I drop the mic, which will be shortly, I would like Trey's opinion on if the reason that goddamn, lost my train of thought real quick. The reason that Ortiz is not challenging himself is because Oscar, is that lawsuit legitimate or not? But I'm gonna wrap it up with this. I'll put a bow on it real quick. Ortiz, it's disappointing. But there's so much smoke up there. I think he just wants to make sure that if he takes a loss, it's going to be worth it. But y'all got it.
And that's why I'm bringing up Ortiz, because this whole situation, based on what Eddie said, you then have to honestly turn and look and say, okay, so what is all of this stuff going on you guys' side right now? Because I don't know if y'all actually knew this stuff before we did, and what's going on right now. Because if that thing is what it is, it just gave you the out. You don't have to go through all of this weird stuff. You feel what I'm saying? Go ahead. You feel what I'm saying? The real champion of that division just called out you dudes, and you dudes are still crickets. Mel trying to get a fight, whatever. He was at fights, sticking hands with Eddie, telling Eddie, here's my number, call me. Make sure you call me.
I'm going to let you go, but the real champ.
He's still the lineal.
The lineal.
Yeah, he's still the lineal. So at the end of the day, all I'm saying is this. He just called out these dudes. They crickets. So Virgil, there's an option for you right there. Mel, great fight, big payday in Texas. Oscar said he'd love to put that together. Mel clapped back and say, y'all wouldn't have never mentioned my name if I didn't go up there and fight Canelo.
And the layoff.
Canelo, I don't think any of them dudes would be champions.
Well, I'm a follow up with this. I'm a piggyback on that point with this. It's like not only going up and fighting Canelo, but the fashion he did it in, and I think I hope all of us can agree it was a cowardly fashion, right, for a boxer. And then the layoff. Yeah, of course. Now he looking like freaking low hanging fruit. So he got to put that. He got to acknowledge that as well.
But that low
you went out like a bitch, and then you've been laid off. I'm sorry.
Low hanging fruit just called y'all out, and y'all crickets. Neither one of y'all.
Okay, yeah, I think someone should take it. So yeah, to be fair, someone should be. Yeah. I would fucking be jumping at the goddamn. You know what I mean? Yeah. I'll be at the end of the leash.
To have that win on my belt, Amel Charlo.
Yeah, it's a good name still.
I bet you whoever would take that fight, they probably reenact if it was between Boots or Virgil. I bet you they reinstate that dude as the ring champion, and it would be for a ring fight.
Okay, you're probably right. I'm not saying he's not. I said it's not exactly, but most of the time, I'm with you, champ. We ain't at crossroads
I'm just saying
there.
Because
but
I'm just saying, I could be way off because technically Tyson Fury should not have been the lineal champion, and had ESPN come out and say his return.
Well, he never lost it, right? So hold on.
Belts.
How do you distinguish between Charlo and Tyson when he was laid off? Tyson Fury, that is.
Because Tyson Fury wasn't laid off; he was suspended.
Okay. Well, that's kind of splitting hairs, but I get you.
No, he was suspended for the PEDs, and then the investigation led to the actual drug use suspension.
But I ain't heard of a suspension necessarily saying you're not the ring motherfucker anymore. That's all I'm saying.
But according to those rules, it happened in that space. Being that you're suspended, you're inactive, and that was an indefinite suspension because there was still, after he fought Wilder, he still couldn't fight in the UK. They had to change that rule so he can fight Dillian White or Derek Chisora, whichever one of those dudes he gave that first title defense after he got through with the Wilder trilogy. They actually bent the rules.
Well, I'll have to look into it. You may be right. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying I don't know. So I'll look into the rules and say, okay, is a layoff or a suspension different with regards to the Ring magazine? And look into the history. I'm gonna say it. I'll look into the history and see if it changed. I'm not saying you're wrong, champ. It's a good motivation for me to do a little research. So shout out to you.
Yeah, for sure. But all I'm saying is looking at those examples and looking at how they're trying to build these two fighters, and Boom coming out and saying, blase blah X, Y, and Z about these two guys opposed to the other guys who are, the champions. It's a little crazy. So if Mel come out, I kind of believe no matter who he fight, especially if it's Boots or Virgil, it's gonna be for that lineal, that ring magazine might that ring title might be, active. And I'll keep quiet so you can give this shout out, Body.
Salute the Cookie Monster for the 5 wife. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate that, man. It means a lot. Thank you. I appreciate that, man. It means a lot, for real, for real.
Yes, salute Cookie Monster. So, that's, you can tell that they're trying to generate two big names in this division. You know what I'm saying? I agree with everybody that
I would say more than that. Go ahead.
I would say this fight been a little overcooked. Virgil is more than proven, but I think if he got the belt, he would be a placeholder and lose that belt almost immediately, which then, Oscar now is only stuck with sketchy ass Ryan and maybe a couple of other people that he's like, damn, now I got to build these guys and I still don't got my golden boy.
You reminded me of something I was going to say about what Malaza said. He said, I see him as a contender, like a championship / contender, like he would just lose the belt. And that's what I'm trying to see, man. It's like almost 10 names I could name off top at 154 that could possibly be champions. So I'm not opposed to that. And that's not shitting on Virgil. So I'm with it. I see it the same way. He'll be in and out. Maybe he could be like a 2-time champion. I don't know. But yeah. At the end of the day, they got to get in there and mix it up, and that's what I'm most frustrated about. Yeah. But
Fundora.
I want to give fighters credit. I'll put a bow on it. I'll put a bow on it real quick, Malaza, and I want to hear your opinion. I'm more the type to give a fighter credit than discredit fighters. So shout out to motherfucking Abbas and Zayez for actually mixing it up for unification at the hottest division, in my opinion, in the world. Y'all got it.
But to answer your question, Malazar, Keith Thurman, Fundora is supposed to be fighting Keith Thurman. I don't know when that's going to happen.
Supposed to be.
Keith Thurman. You got Virgil Ortiz. You got Booth Ennis right there. And you're going to fight Keith Thurman, a guy that always get injured before the fight, like finish and shit, Before even he get in the ring, he's injured already. Some shit happened. And that's the guy you're going to choose? So what's going on? Like for real, we got these guys over here, and you can make good fights, good money, and they're playing us for then stick us that UBO bullshit. Make by the government.
Malaza, what do you attribute that to? What do you think is the reason? You think it's Fundora? You think it's PBC? Why do you think that's happening?
The promoters, or because why are you gonna choose? You got all these guys, like our contenders for a title, and you're gonna choose a guy that don't fight for how long? How many years? Like 4 years already? He's not even in the rankings, and you're gonna pick that guy to be the title contender over all the freaking boxers that there are in the freaking division. And then you tell me that we need 4 titles because we got a lot of boxers and everybody needs to fight for a title and an opportunity. But at the same time, you're taking the opportunities because you're giving an opportunity to a name that don't fight for almost 4 years, 5 years, I don't know. And all the young boxers have no opportunity to fight. Like they're stuck with what? Interim title, silver belts? No, for what? For how long? Yo, I'm seeing this bullshit. It's like this bullshit. I don't know. Like now I'm more pissed off.
Yo, no, that was heat. I didn't disagree with anything you said. You got it, champ.
Well, yeah, man. Shit, it's getting closer, man. I'm gonna get ready to wrap it up, man. We had a great cook, man. Everybody wanna give their last thoughts because CJ, just to bring you abreast of things. This dude Khalil Cole, he be up there in that New Jersey area. He getting ready to fight Jesse Hart. It's a light heavyweight fight with Jesse Hart. and Jesse Hart came in
Oh shit.
174. Khalil Cole blue weight. He came in 183. And
Exactly.
that was one thing. This is on the undercard, and also we got the Andy Cruz versus Morataya. So give your takes on those two things, man, as we wrap it up, man. Por favor. And I appreciate you for coming through.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. I don't always catch you, but when I do, it's always a good cook. Yeah, I like the way you run your channel. I'm taking lessons, taking down notes. But okay, on the fights. God damn, 8 pounds? Blew the weight by 8 fucking pounds. It's crazy. Yeah, right. But the dude took the payoff, right? So I'ma say I feel bad. Like dude in Menace to Society said, I feel sorry for your mother because an 8-pound overweight, you taking on a lot of risk with that, right? Like you essentially fighting at cruiser when you was disciplined to shrink yourself down, come in almost like exactly on point, and now he can rehydrate because you accepted the bread. I don't like that shit, man. The same way I didn't like Ryan and Devin, missing the weight and then paying them off. But obviously, this is way more egregious. It's not like 3 or 4 pounds; it's 8 pounds. So that's crazy. But okay, so yeah, I don't know which way that fight will go, but I don't like taking that payoff, man. I wish there was a way for dudes to just get compensated without taking the fight, because I didn't fuck up, you did. But okay, now for the main event, Morataya, Andy Cruz. I got Cruz in a 12-round decision. I might try to put a little bread on that through my man Southern T, because I can't bet in California. But yeah, that's how I see it playing out. Just way more like naturally talented, a more and people are shitting on this, but the amateur style would serve him well against a fighter like that who's looking to come forward in a typical Mexican, style. I think the Cuban style, I favor the Cuban style over the Mexican style in short. So I know I'm going a little long-winded, but that's how I see shit. Shout out to you. Thanks for having me up. Y'all like and subscribe because my man Body, let me drop the link in the chat, and I'll probably be on later tonight. So there you go. Salute.
I appreciate you, man. Thank you. Who else want to go?
Oh, me, to close it out, like for Bodywork, Papa, hit the like button, subscribe, share it in your favorite group chat. But tonight, you're gonna see why Andy Cruz is Keishon Davis' father. You're gonna see why he's the real deal, and he's gonna go and walk through Morataya. He's gonna knock him out around round 9 to like 11, 12, but those late rounds, I think 9 to 10. But that's my take.
Word, he's standing firm. Okay. Thank you, Melazar, man. Thanks for your contributions, man. You family, man. So I appreciate you being part of the 300, brother. I like that Puerto Rican side, like the Puerto Rican pride, you know what I'm saying? We cousins from another mother, but hopefully you enjoy the fights, man, and may the best man win, homie. What you got, AC?
I'm disgusted by how egregious this dude missed weight. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just like, come on, guys. Let's not try to get away with these, legal cheats. So just fight the guy, fair, honest, win, lose, or draw. You put up a good performance, even if it's in a losing effort, we respect you even more. Look at the fan base of Anthony Yard, just to take it as an example, because I'm still a fan of Anthony Yard, even after David Benavidez just destroyed him. Worse than anybody I've ever seen fight Anthony Yard. So at the end of the day, that fight was bittersweet for me because I was a huge fan of both of them. And I said, if Anthony Yard ain't what he is, he's going to get destroyed. In the main event fight, Andy Cruz has all the technical abilities. He has the pedigree to actually make this a real easy fight, basically a walk in the park, a glorified televised sparring match. he's perceived to be on that level. Tonight is the night he actually proves it with someone that's a worthy opponent. Will he show up and show out like Shakur did, facing the same type of style? You know what I'm saying? Or will this be a banana peel? Or will he get Resendiz? Just like Resendiz did the more polished boxer to Caleb Plant. So there's a lot of different dynamics, and Morataya believes what he believes. He believes in his skill set. He believes in his upbringing. He believes in his trainer. He believes in what they have going on. So that's extremely interesting. I've always said it's a 50-50 fight, but as we got in the fight week, I just started to lean more towards Morataya because he sold me on his dedication and understanding where he's at. So that's where I ended. And good luck to both the guys. I won't mind eating crow on this one. This will be the best crow I ever ate.
That's bars too. That's bars, man. Always, man. You always a good addition to the channel, man. Always good to have a great co-pilot, man. Somebody that can provide some checks and balances for the channel, man. And I'll be listening to the playbacks, and everybody that be up here on a regular basis drop jewels. Even if you don't agree with everything, everybody who graced the panel, even if they get heated, passionate, whatever, they all got their perspectives. We welcome them all, man. I just hope everybody have a good boxing night, man. I'm getting ready to get into that mindset, man. Get my notes ready, get my have my din already ready, man. I'm just ready for the fights, man. And we're gonna come back and cook probably tomorrow. I hope everybody be safe with this storm going on, man, and positive vibes to everybody who came through the channel and showed love. My prediction, man, I gotta toss a coin, man. I already put some bread down. And if what I think gonna happen happens, man, I'm gonna have even bigger smile on my face. With the fight, man, I like them both. I want Andy Cruz to win for Melazar. I want Andy Cruz to win for the sport. I want Morataya to win because, man, Morataya been a consummate professional. You know what I'm saying? He been avoided. He got a challenge in front of him. I want Jesse Hart to beat the dog stuffings out of Khalil Cole and make an example to where, yeah, you can come in overweight. I'm gonna go upside your head with these dumbbells, you know what I'm saying? But shout out to everybody, man. That's all I got, man.
Yeah, for sure, man. Great show. On to the next one, man.
All right, man. Peace. Great show as always, man. Went way longer than what I expected, man. I want to give a shout out to everybody who came through, man. I appreciate Cookie Monster. I set my goal at 1 for real. Then I said, nah, I don't know if I met my goal. I might have set it at 5 or 1. I don't know. But anything helps the channel, man. We had a good time, man. We love talking that boxing. Hopefully we put something on your mind. Yeah, hopefully you put something in your mind that you could put on your rucksack and march on with, man. Hope everybody have a wonderful boxing night. This is Fruits and Veggies, Not That Reggie. Fact-based content, not opinion-based, even though we have ours. Silence is consent. That's the mantra of the channel. All it takes for evil to prevail is for men and women to remain silent. So we speak to the things that need to be spoken to in the sport. We try to do it with grace. We try to give some leeway. We understand that these guys are human. We want everybody to be able to make as much bread as they can, go home to their families. And overall, we really care about the vitality of the sport. Even though we have our favorites, we try to keep the same energy over here. We try to have etiquette and all those good things. And we do, for the most part, keep it boxing 80-20%. We have a philosophy of we start inside the ring and the conversation leads outside the ring if necessary, as it relates for us getting the big fight, staying in the know, you know what I'm saying, not being followers, us being leaders, cutting the edge, us using our critical thinking skills, not rote memorization and regurgitation. And we always welcome for that smoke. I know a lot of people, they don't like playing away games, but if you got something you ever want to get at me, have a debate, you know what I'm saying, have a conversation, you know what I'm saying, feel free. We don't mute people. I pride myself on never having muted anybody on this channel. You know what I'm saying? I believe that we can stick and move. We both can do our jabs. You know what I'm saying? We can punch and counter punch. Sometimes it get hot and heated. Sometimes we need a little 5-minute break. But at the end of the day, we come back and talk that boxing talk. That's it, y'all. Another good one in the books. And I hope everybody have a wonderful evening. You feel me? Thanks for choosing Bodywork Boxing. But we don't take things for face value. We do that body work.
He didn't want to box. He wanted to actually prove that he could punch with you. He was like, what the fuck is this nigga, right? Oh, okay, you want to go to sleep. You tired.
Welcome to Bodywork.